Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Although robots aren't ready to fix roads now and cut down on the $400 million to $600 million shortfall that Wyoming faces in the next 2 years, they could help in the future. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to experts who say robotic road repair is on the horizon and could save big money in the long run, but not in the next few years.
The construction guy I talked to said probably 10 to 15 different machines at $500,000. Hard to see how that would be less expensive as AI claimed.
Some officials have said the shortfall was caused by a combination of factors ranging from rising material costs to stagnant revenue, given that the last fuel tax increase was in 2013. Data collected across Wyoming shows temperatures between 2 and 13 degrees warmer than average in December and January. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that these temps have the making of the warmest start to winter on record.
The data released by the National Weather Service shows that temperatures between December 1st and January 31st were anywhere from 2 to 13 degrees above average across most of Wyoming, which makes it the warmest winter for a majority of the state. So what does that mean going forward? Well, we have about a third of the winter season left. There are signs that there's a shift on the horizon by the long-range weather models, but those are the same long-range weather models that didn't anticipate that we'd have so many high-pressure blocks, one after the other.
Lander Lil and Punxsutawney Phil both saw their shadows this Groundhog Day. Meteorologically, that means nothing, but meteorologist Don Day is forecasting colder weather is on the way for Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 34-year-old Jose Benito Acon is facing federal first-degree murder charges for shooting a man in the head in a moving car on Wyoming's Wind River Reservation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Acon shot the man after asking if his girlfriend loved him.
The affidavit and the eyewitness accounts describe 2 women, 2 men in this car, and Acon is said to confront his girlfriend who's driving with the words, "Do you love me?" The same witness describes the victim, says, "Bro, she said she loves you." And that is allegedly when Acon shot the victim. If convicted, Acon faces mandatory life in prison.
Acon's girlfriend was able to confiscate the gun after he shot the passenger. Known for her charity work and devotion to Wyoming's Curt Gowdy State Park, Jerry Gowdy, the wife of the late Hall of Fame sportscaster, died last week at age 101. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that she leaves behind a legacy of kindness and philanthropy.
So Jer, all her philanthropy, lots of medical institutions and lots of different arts and culture, but she always had time to come back to Wyoming, even when she was 99 years old, to do things at Curt Gowdy State Park, like open this little house on the park for all the children in Wyoming.
Born Geraldine Ophelia Dawkins, Gowdy died on January 27th, surrounded by her family at her home in Manchester by the Sea, Massachusetts. She was 101 years old. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on the day after Groundhog Day, known traditionally as... I don't know. What's it known as? Jen Coker?
I thought it was Groundhog Day.
Oh. No, the day after.
I don't know. We might have to make something up.
Yeah. I'm going to call it Mackinac Island Day because we're going to Mackinac Island for cookies. Aren't you excited?
I love Mackinac Island.
Get out. How do you know anything about Mackinac Island?
I grew up in Ohio.
You do?
This is like paradise for me. Anything outside of Ohio is paradise.
Right? Very interesting.
Yeah.
That you should even know what I'm talking about. We're going to check in with Kate later today in the show. She runs Mackinac Island Cookies. Cookies as big as your head.
I would love a cookie as big as my head, if not larger.
Yeah, right? Big as my butt. Yeah, keep going. Bigger oven.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is going to be so cool. She is, for no reason really, then her feed came up on Jimmy's Facebook. And then I accidentally became a follower because I watched some of her reels. She takes us into what it's like to live on Mackinac Island, especially in winter. There's no cars, right?
No cars, right.
Oh man, now I gotta go.
I love places like that. Any kind of island, anything surrounded by water or remotely near water. I mean, how neat.
Yeah. Big Turtle Island, as the Canadian Indians called it. That's where it gets its name. I'm so excited to have cookies and learn more about the island, which kind of shuts down in the winter, as you would expect.
Right. So these cookies, can we return to the cookies? So does she have a specialty or what? And do you get to try them?
All different kinds. Right now, it's last minute to get in on the Valentine's order. So if you have a special Valentine's in mind who needs cookies, order now. Because to get it from her cookie shop in Mackinac Island, where there are no cars, and right now it's like 7 below zero, they have to snow machine it. Then a 2-horse draft sleigh team takes it to the UPS store where they have to prop plane fly it off the island to a mainland, and then a commercial carrier of your choice, UPS, FedEx, brings it to you. This cookie's going to go through a lot.
Wow.
But I'm
picturing sugar cookies for Valentine's Day, like icing.
They probably got that. I haven't really checked it out yet.
Have you ordered?
Not yet. I was too fascinated with the videos. Kate's like, join me on a regular day in Mackinac Island. She shoves her kid into the Skidoo sled. Like everywhere they go. This is an island sponsored by Skidoo. It has to be. The kids, they got this, carriage that pulls behind the sled, and that's how the kids get to school. And they're bundled up like little Michelin men, and they can't walk. And shit, it's like 50,000 degrees below zero. And she's like, get in the... And then a boot comes into the picture, into the skidoo bungalow they go, whatever it is.
That's amazing.
And that's just getting the kids to school. Yeah, so I haven't even gotten to the website to order, but I will. I mean, I'm gonna have the owner
live there in a heartbeat. My goal, my dream, and anybody want to give me money to do this, that would be really cool. I want to open a bookstore on an island like Mackinac, if not Mackinac.
You are living a Hallmark movie, or you want to?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I need that for my next chapter. You're exactly right.
I like that a lot, Jen. Like, I can just see the opening scene. And by the way, there was a movie shot on that island.
Which one?
Hang on. It will come to me. It had, I think it had, Superman?
Clark Kent?
Dang.
Oh, that's not his name.
Yeah, Clark Kent. Oh, dang. I thought I wrote it down. Movie. Now I'm going to have to search it up. Stand by. Mackinac Island movie. Somewhere in Time.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that was filmed there.
I think it was. Well, I'll ask Kate to be sure. Somewhere in Time, 1980, romance fantasy, Christopher Reeve, and whoever the chick of the 80s was. Not to downplay women actors.
Andie MacDowell?
You would think, right?
She
Good
was the
guess.
girl. Yeah.
Jane Seymour. Ooh.
Oh, I love Jane Seymour.
Yeah.
Dr. Quinn, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the movie gets 7.2, gets 52% on Rotten Tomatoes, 7.2 out of 10 on the IMDb. And I believe they shot it, yes, they were staying at the Grand Hotel in Mackinac Island, which you've ever seen. It's gigantic. Takes up the whole island. Anyway, there's our tourism special for Mackinac Island and the UP today.
I love it. It's so random. I don't know if you've heard of the Great Loop. It's a loop that goes from South Florida up through Canada and goes along the intercoastal waterways. And it just looks, I'm a YouTuber, so I watch people on YouTube who do it because that's how I live my life, through others. And it's the coolest thing. And it goes right up there to Mackinac. And there's a Mackinac City across the bay.
Huh. Okay.
Where like the normal people live, the people who don't own the cookie shops.
Yeah. Regular people. And they're so close to Canada. They have, they show one cannon on the island, presumably pointed north at Canada, just in case.
You never know when those Canadians are going to act out.
Right. You never know when they'll reclaim the upper peninsula of Michigan. They're like, it's technically ours. We can take it anytime we want. Or they get a smell of the cookies going. And, all right, we're coming in. Yeah, there's one rusty cannon sitting on the shore.
Well, I love that, the randomness of this cookie maker. Is it Kate?
Kate.
Okay, I love it. And just as random, I just skipped to myself, but I'm working on an update of DB Cooper.
Oh, no way.
Which is super random and not Wyoming at all.
Well, which is a huge breaking story of yours, DB Cooper, and the great skyjacking and the great heist. All right. Any new info or family? Right now, the only new thing that could come out of this is the family divulging something, right? Because you have overturned every piece of evidence at this point.
Well, they did. Remember, they took the parachute. That was how the case was reopened, with that parachute. Well, the parachute has been returned, and I am going to tell you why and what that means.
All right. DB Cooper. He got away with it, I think. Twice, I think.
Yeah, depending on what you believe.
Right.
I mean, at first, the FBI initially did believe he got away, and then it turned at some point in the 90s, And they thought, no, he didn't get away. And that it turns based on the FBI agents at the time, whoever takes it. And in reading all the inconsistencies in this file, it is wild. I've never seen so many inconsistencies in a police investigation in my entire life.
Yeah, we weren't as good as anything back in the day. Like investigating stuff, we weren't that great, including the FBI or whoever. And air travel. I can't even get on a plane now with a liquid bottle of Sun soap bigger than this. And TSA stops me. How does DB Cooper get on a plane twice and steal a bunch of money and jump off?
Not using his real name. Yeah, I mean, imagine. And paying in cash.
Dude, we got like face scanners now. I don't even have to show my I'm fumbling for my boarding pass and they're like, nah, we got you. Really? Mm-hmm. DB Cooper is on an airplane with cash, bags of cash. Mm-hmm. That was pre-TSA. We didn't investigate things very well. Yeah, things went through the cracks. Okay, that'll be interesting, Jen. I'm going to watch for that. Mm-hmm. Your follow-up on the father, Jake Stoner, planning a funeral for the 11-month-old Basil. Sad, but maybe reform comes out of it. A way to, I don't know, create a Amber Alert that's like a different color or get you to Amber Alert easier?
The latter. He just, and of course, in retrospect, now the way it turned out, the mother allegedly killing the boy, of course, now you look back and say, okay, well, that was extreme. So the Amber Alert may have been suitable. However, the police investigators at the time and the detectives have to go on the information they have. So Austin Brookwell, the sheriff, and Washakie County did not believe there's no reason to believe the child was in danger.
Yeah.
However, there were mitigating circumstances in her past that they believe didn't weren't directly linked to the child, which is how that assessment is made. But, in her case, she did have she had a back history, allegedly.
Right. A back history not troubling enough for is it a family court judge who decides custody? So sometime way back when a judge says, you know what, she's part mom and he's part dad. And he or she probably didn't dig in too much deeper than that. But meanwhile, Jake's like, yeah, but she's a mom that's showing increasing signs that she could do something weird. And he keeps trying to tell cops this while this absconding is happening.
Yeah, and the problem with that, because they both had custody, right? And he got emergency custody when she failed to show up for a visitation hearing. Basically, he was fighting in the courts to see his son, and she was not honoring those visitations. Oh. Sometimes she would honor them, and sometimes she wouldn't. So he was in the courts at least twice, fighting for those visitation rights.
Okay, so maybe that emergency custody could trigger like, all right, now you do have an Amber Alert situation.
Yeah, that's the tricky stuff because technically he put out a BOLO, which is, appropriate in that circumstance, and also a felony warrant for her arrest. So both of those have teeth, that can definitely apprehend her and bring her back to Wyoming. So in some cases, that's more than most people get in these situations.
Yeah.
So, and he's not blaming the sheriff. He's just saying, hey, we understand this was your restriction, but what if in the future we could have more latitude, meaning law enforcement would have more latitude to, under certain circumstances, like in her case, because his argument, Jake Stoner's argument, is that, she proved that she was doing anything to keep this boy from seeing his father. So that anything, obviously, in the end, allegedly meant killing him to avoid seeing the father. So it's just one of those very extreme. I mean, having covered this stuff, I wouldn't have seen that ending coming a million miles away.
No. Now that we know what we allegedly know, it's easy to go back and say shoulda, woulda. But yeah, at the time, this is going to be how many times is this going to come up in 10, 20, 30 years? Like, very rare, really weird circumstances.
Yeah. And, and there's definitely some movement in this area to make this reform. However, I for the life of me, I couldn't get anybody to define to me what imminent danger meant. And unfortunately, YHP was just radio silent on helping me understand that. So, and they're ultimately the one who approved the alert. They have to make sure that all the criteria is met through law enforcement.
And what would be more than a bolo? If you already have a be on the lookout for, and law enforcement is looking for, and they're aware, everybody on the other end of a radio is aware of this person, what would an Amber Alert be on top of that?
That gets the public.
The public,
right?
yeah.
So, yeah. So the BOLO is law enforcement.
Yeah.
So once you have all those public eyes looking for that, and I can't remember, it was a silver truck, I believe, and they had a license plate. So once you're flashing those signs on the freeway and people are looking, people take Amber Alerts very seriously. They're incredibly effective. And so, she might have gotten as far as, say, Rock Springs. And people would have nabbed her maybe before then. That's their argument, is because they are so effective in bringing and saving those children. So the legislators' argument is, why can't we do it a little bit more? Not you don't want to car alarm it, right? Nobody even thinks twice about a car alarm now. So the danger is you don't want to get there. However, in the past, I don't know about 2025, because again, YHP, 100% radio silent. You can sense some frustration on my part, because it's not like I gave them one day. I had 2 weeks, but to respond to me about this. But I forgot my point. I got distracted by my anger.
Well, I like your term car alarm. I was going to say, you don't want a Chicken Little. You don't want to have an Amber Alert every other day, and then you become numb to it.
Yes. Oh, my point was, in the past, in 2025, I don't know if the state issued any, because again, I didn't get a response. But in 23 and 24, Wyoming didn't issue any Amber Alerts. So, but they were among 17 to 18 other states that also didn't. So it's not rare for them to not release Amber Alerts. It's very, and again, in a situation where it ended like it ended, there's increased scrutiny under what could be done, because it is such a tragedy.
Yeah. I mean, everything was followed pretty much to the letter. It's just, you'd like to have rewind in situations like this, but we don't. We don't have rewind. We just have forward. What's the next case? And the next case is going to be really, really, really rare. And it's a case by case basis. Like, this was unusual circumstance.
It was very unusual circumstances. And, Jake Stoner is a dad who is very stoic. He's a tough rancher guy. But he also, he's using this tragedy. Everybody responds in a different way to their tragedies. And in his case, he really wants to seek reform and action, because he's devastated and he doesn't want, obviously another dad or mom to be in his position. But again, it's all retroactive given the tragedy that happened.
Jen, any word on the missing man, David Kelsey?
There's still, I corresponded yesterday with Bill Dosey of Find 911. He's kind of leading the civilian nonprofit ground efforts up in Cody. And he told me yesterday they have scoured there, and when you're searching for missing people, a big win is to be able to write off a portion of the area that you've searched. So that's where they are now. They're bringing in more dogs and more ground help, and they're going to continue looking.
And Jen, you and I have seen in the case of missing persons that are missing, not like jumped on a plane, took off to Hawaii, and then says, "Oh, I'm fine," a month later. I mean, missing like, a tragic ending. It is so easy to be missing in a small area. It's amazing.
It's amazing. And it's absolutely amazing how easy it is to go missing.
Yeah. Okay,
and how
Jen.
hard it is to find people.
I'm going to put your order in for cookies as big as your head.
Bigger, please, and sugar.
Lots of sugar.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jen. Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Jen Coker. On first thing in the morning, we'll take a break, and we got more coming up. I'll tee up the morning for you on a Tuesday, the day after Groundhog Day, whatever that's called officially.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-tirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Richard says, correction, DB did not walk on with the money. DB Cooper, the story gets fuzzy and as rebroke, if that's a term, by Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker. Go back, she's got DB Cooper threads, stories, uncovering new evidence on whether DB Cooper got away with it, didn't get away with it, did it twice, or died parachuting with a bag of cash over the Pacific Ocean over California. You decide. But she's got a really interesting take on the whole DB Cooper thing. She's been following it, and maybe a last chapter. Zuby can't wait. DB Cooper. Zuby says, give me some DB. We're going to do, here's what we got going on today. Besides news, and there's plenty of that. News never stops. Oh, man. News. Stupid news. Never quits. News we're following today. Could we get AI and robots to do road repair? And if so, would the droids work out there with no shirts on? I mean, that's key, right? Robots could be the answer to Wyoming's ever-escalating road repair costs. Caution, men working. What were those? We have to redo all those signs and say, caution, robots working. And I think it would be incumbent on the robots to be out there with the big machine that has the hot tar. And I think the robots would have to work with their shirts off as traditional dudes on the road crew, right? I don't know if they do. That's what I remember growing up in the previous decades. Road crew guys would have vicious tans because they all had their shirts off. They have a long cigarette dangling, a shovel. There'd be like 8 guys surrounding that machine that pumps out the tar. And that's your road crew. Couldn't we assign that to robots? Yes, but without the guys for girls to whistle at. Look what's lost in the modernization of everything. Warmest winter on record. I've been telling Don Day, it feels like the warmest winter on record. And Don said, I can go back through the record books and show you. Come on. It's 55 degrees today in Casper. Andrew Rossi's crunched the numbers. Up to 13 degrees above average makes this Wyoming's warmest start to winter ever. Average temperatures, December and January, now that those months are in the books. And if we're going to say winter starts officially after Thanksgiving in Wyoming, then this is the warmest start to winter ever in Wyoming, as you'll see in a minute when we give you some high temps today. Gun silencers, now that there's been change in law, statute, right? Silencers no longer have an extra $200 federal tax. That was something dreamed up by liberal politicians who are anti-gun, saying silencers are bad. That's how the mafia kills people. Let's put on a $200 surplus tax, whatever that is. That thing's been eliminated. Mark Hines speculates that now so-called silencers or suppression, gun suppression, firearm suppression, could be more in vogue, could be more popular. I see more and more hunters and recreationalists, firearm just target shooting using suppressors. I mean, it's a suppressor or headphones or both. We'll talk about Jerry Gowdy, wife of famed sportscaster Kurt Gowdy, dead at 101 years old. What a life. Her and her husband. We'll explore that part of Yellowstone where animals go to die. It's the Animal Boneyard, aptly named. That'll be coming up later in the show as well. Utah man driving the wrong way on 180 crashes into a semi-tractor trailer. That, more news in the Cowboy State Daily. Julie McCallister will be on in just a bit. Julie is the person that trains dogs to scent bear blood. And that could be a legalized thing. A bill has been proposed. It would have to tweak current law and order in Wyoming to allow for the scent tracking, the blood scent tracking of black bears for black bear hunters. Sounds like a useful thing. How do you train a dog to scent black bear's blood? Julie does it. And she'll let us know. Kate Conlon, as I promoted, will be here. Kate owns the Mackinac Island Cookie Company. And basically, it's just a chance to explore Mackinac Island. It's like we're doing the work of the Mackinac Island Chamber of Commerce. You're welcome. Their tourist and visitor center. It is so cool. I had no idea about it. I've been to Michigan a lot, but I don't know a lot of Michigan, and especially up there in the Upper Peninsula. So this island is a special island where no cars are allowed. Everybody gets around by bike. Oh, how 1700s is that? Horses and bikes. And in the winter, those who dare to stay on the island, it pretty much shuts down. You get around by snowmobile. Kate Conlon is on Mackinac Island right now. Probably today it's going to be high in the teens. I'll be scared to tell her what our high temperature is going to be in Wyoming. Jim Walter will be here. He's the new head of Cheyenne Tourism. We're going to chat with him and ask him why he never became the New York Yankees' new play-by-play guy. That was the dream, right, Jim? Jim now promotes Cheyenne, and we're going to ask him how fun is that? I mean, Cheyenne kind of promotes itself. But he is Visit Cheyenne. He's Cheyenne Tourism. Jim Walter will be on, CEO, president. Kevin Meyer, because it's a Tuesday. Cowboy Kevin Meyer will be here. And Jonathon Lange's latest opinion piece in the Cowboy State Daily, very interesting. He's asking the Supreme Court, Wyoming Supreme Court, point blank, what are you doing? That 4-1 vote on abortion, what are you thinking? What constitutes life as far as the unborn? And the Wyoming Constitution, the Wyoming Supreme Court decision being challenged currently now by the AG, special appointed AG, I believe. And Jonathon Lange's got some pointed questions for the Supreme Court, like explain yourselves in the abortion decision. He'll be on later in the show. So a lot to get to. First, let's do a really comfortable weather forecast. Wow. I mean, look at this. The day with a forecast today, partly sunny, 48 in Casper. I said 55. That's Lander. Sunny and 55 in Lander. Well, just a regular winter day. Evanston, mostly sunny, 45. Sunny, breezy in Rock Springs, upper 40s. Pinedale, sunny, breezy, 42. And it's always cold in Pinedale. That's pretty decent. Afton, sunny, 35. Du Bois, mostly sunny, breezy, with the highs 42. Upper 30s for Jackson with plenty of sunshine. Even way up there in Yellowstone, it's going to be above freezing, 36. Mostly sunny in Thermopolis, highs 50. Somebody call the Popo. Cody, partly sunny, 51. Buffalo, chance of snow in the early morning. Gradually clearing skies in the afternoon, 46. Sheridan, slight chance of rain in the early morning. That's that disturbance up in the northeast part of the state that Don Day talked about. Not much. 48 the high in Sheridan. Gillette, chance of snow or rain. Mostly cloudy, breezy, 45. So a little unsettled in Gillette. Newcastle, chance of snow or rain, highs 44. Chance of snow and rain at Torrington, probably after 11 in the morning. Highs in the upper 40s. Cheyenne, partly sunny, breezy, 45 in the state capital. Laramie, maybe some snow flurries in the early afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, 40 the high. Mostly sunny in Rawlins, breezy, 44 the high in Rawlins. That's patrolled by Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken, by the way. So mind your manners. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh, and also in national news, I did want to talk about a couple of things. The two shooters have been ID'd. The ICE immigration officers who shot Alex Preddy have been ID'd by one ProPublica, at least, listed Jesus Ochoa and Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez as the two people that fired shots into, presumably, Alex Pretty. Both men were assigned to that Operation Metro Surge, the immigration enforcement dragnet in Minneapolis. They have both been placed on leave, as last we knew. President Trump picked Kevin Warsh as the next Fed chair, and immediately gold and silver went into a free fall. I don't know what the correlation is. I do have a federal, like a worldwide economist dude that I reach out to. In fact, I'm going to have to email him right now and see if he'll come on the show and explain why gold and silver were a solid bet right up until 3 days ago. They were hitting record highs. And right now, crypto, not doing too good. Your Bitcoin, not great. And gold went from record high to silver especially. Both took a big free fall in their value once President Trump tapped Kevin Warsh to be the new Fed chair. What does Kevin Warsh have to do with the stability of the dollar and the price of gold in China, or tea for that matter? I don't know. We'll have to find out. I'll get a guest on this week and we'll dig into that.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, the day after Groundhog Day. What do they call the day after Groundhog Day, Julie?
I'm not sure.
Needs a name.
Groundhog Day?
I don't know. It just feels like it needs something. I mean, February.
I'm sure if we looked it up, you'd probably find a holiday that's supposed to be celebrated today.
Oh, yeah. Like National Cookie Day, National Sugar Cookie Day. We're going to have a cookie specialist on later. But first, let's get this specialist. Julie McCallister is with us. Julie is, you saw her name pop up. Actually, we see your name pop up almost every election season. What are you doing politically lately? What's the latest with Julie?
Politically lately, I am committing myself to issues and causes this year, things that are important to me, one of which we'll cover today, mainly hunting and conservation type of issues. It just feels like the right move this year for me. Yeah,
Julie. So in the news, we saw what seems to be just an omission, just kind of a gray area, a loophole. Loophole is the word I'm looking for when it comes to using dogs to scent track game. There are conditions where it's legal. Obviously, a wounded elk, you can use a dog to scent trail an elk to find that elk so it doesn't suffer, so you don't lose it. But a bear is technically not legal to track a bear with a dog right now.
That is absolutely correct. Quick Cliff Notes versions on this. Stan Blake was the original sponsor for this legislation, and he said that I could quote him, "The intention of the original bill that passed in 2019 was to allow the tracking of any wounded game as long as it was legally hunted. But black bears are technically trophy game, not big game. The wording of the bill said big game. We were, and when I say we, anyone with tracking dogs trained specifically to track an animal after a legal shot's made, and that is a very specific set of tracking skills a dog has. We were doing it with bears very successfully. Bears are particularly difficult because they don't bleed. Their fat tends to clog the wound. Then a game warden read the statute and said, well, it says big game, not trophy game. That individual hunter was cited. They were found guilty of that citation, talked with Game and Fish, circled the wagons, and the solution is add the words or black bear to the bill, which has had really good support, and that's what we're working on doing this year. And it's only so hunters who legally shoot a bear can find it. I did a quick survey with my tracking group, which is Rocky Mountain Big Game Recovery, and at least 30 bears we couldn't track last season.
Really?
At least. Yes.
Wow.
That's a lot of dead bears laying in the forest that aren't being claimed, and that hunter is legal. Go shoot another one.
Yes, think about that. Where Game and Fish is trying to do wildlife management, they're trying to manage for the population of black bear, and the numbers are going to be all thrown off by how many hunters have killed a black bear, and they don't know it. Yeah, that is interesting. So it seems like let's just fix this one little loophole. Let's just add black bear, because if any animal needs a dog tracking it, as Julie points out, it would be a bear. I've heard this where you could mortally wound a bear. You could, hit a bear pretty good with a firearm, and the wound closes because of the fat content of that animal, and there's very little blood trail for a hunter to follow, but there's probably scent, and there comes in the dog. Julie, how good dogs can smell anything, my goodness. And if they're trained to smell black, they'll find it, won't they? How do you do it? What is the world of tracking black bear blood?
Well, you need to train your dog. One, you don't want to just grab any dog out of the house and put them on a blood trail. Now, will a dog naturally want to find what's bleeding? Most likely, but you need to train them. So we spend time putting out blood trails. We wear special shoes so our feet don't touch the ground to make sure the dog's not tracking us.
Oh, yeah.
Tracking the blood. So we train the dogs. But the biggest advantage they have, especially with bear, that deer, antelope, and elk can leave for us is they have sharp hooves. So if a human loses the blood trail, they can find the footprints. Bears don't have sharp feet. They leave no tracks. So when you put a dog on a bear track, they're smelling actually the hormones and pheromones of that specific animal. I've had 2 specific instances with my dog, Eddie. I run German Shepherds, and my particular tracking dog happens to be a rescue. I took him in to track a bear that we had shot. I have game cameras at all my sites, multiple cameras. I wasn't sure which way the bear went when it was shot, just dynamics to the shot. Brought the dog in, and the game cameras on the ground that were observing the site catches the dog, find the proper track. Because you got to remember, we hunt over bait. So 15, 20 bears could have been there. The dog has to find that specific bear smell, and they follow it. Go down the track maybe 50, 60 yards, and we found blood. I was blown away. He found the right one at the site. The other one that he really blew me away, made his shot looked good, arrow looked good, and there's no blood. No blood. No blood. When I track, I carry a spritzer bottle of hydrogen peroxide. And when I mean no blood, I mean no blood. Brought the dog in. 320 yards later, he found the bear. Both lungs blown out, dead as could be. I'd have never found that bear without a dog.
That's amazing. So it shows you the need for this, but how many out there have a dog that can do this? I mean, do you visualize yourself being on some kind of hotline like, Julie, we need you again over here? Or could people train their own dogs? This seems very specialized.
So it is specialized, but the wonderful news is we do have Rocky Mountain Big Game Recovery.
Yeah.
And they do cover Wyoming, Colorado, Nebraska, and there's a lot of trackers in that network. It's a nonprofit I'm a part of. We have a website. You can call us, and we are literally free. We come out to work our dogs. To keep our dogs in top performance, you have to work them just like an athlete. They got to work tracks. They have to work conditions. They can get tired. They can get discouraged. So we want to track. And that's how I know we passed at least 30 calls. When I was talking with my tracking group, as we were adding it up, we were like, it's closer to 60 calls we had to pass. But what we had to rule out was people who had called multiple trackers. There's also what's called UBT, which is United Blood Trackers. And that's a registry throughout the United States where you can look up people who have trained dogs to track your animal. So there's already tons of resources out there. Then there's an app called the Tracker app. You can download on your phone for hunting, and you can get a local tracker through that. So there's lots of resources available for hunters to reach out. We just need to add those 3 words to the bill in Wyoming so that when people shoot a bear, we can recover it.
Add black bear tracking. Now, this is Senate File 27 we're talking about. There would be rigid guidelines, stipulations. For instance, we're talking about using a dog to track within 72 hours of a shot. The dog has to be leashed. What other things that, same as, elk or mule deer tracking?
Exactly. So the other rules that we have to follow that are very, very strict is the tracker cannot dispatch the animal. So if we were to track an animal and find it alive, the hunter with the original tag has to dispatch it. We are only to locate. That's it.
Okay.
And, we do quite a bit of, I guess you could call it workshop training with our trackers with Rocky Mountain Big Game Recovery. We do a meeting every year to go over little tips like that of, hey, make sure you have that hunter with you so they can dispatch it. Here's precautions to follow to make sure that we're always within the law and we're always doing the right thing, advocating for what we do and what the right thing as a hunter is. Senator Landon said it better than I could. It's one of the commandments of hunting. You don't leave an animal in the field. And all this bill is doing is giving us the tool we need, which we already have as our dogs, to make sure we can recover these animals.
Absolutely. And this came to light. I mean, when did the light bulb go on for you, Julie? Because you probably knew of this. Did you know it was technically illegal when it come to the bear? You got to be thinking, look, I got Eddie. Eddie can track stuff, but if I did this, I could get cited. And I think somebody did. There was a game warden who said, letter of the law.
Yep, someone did get cited. So I had spoken with my local Game and Fish.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get their names because I didn't get permission to give their names.
Yeah.
But I asked them, what do you want me to do? You guys know I'm tracking bears, right? You know that over my bear sites because it doesn't say I can't. And they literally said, well, if you get in trouble for it, you might get cited, but we don't have a problem with it. Another game warden had an issue with it. They were cited. The minute I found out about it, I called Game and Fish and said, what do you want? How would you prefer this to be done? What's the best for your wardens? What's your best for enforcement? That's where the decision came in of and black bear or black bear being added to it, because mountain lions have their own sets of rules with dogs. And I am not a houndsman. I don't know how to hunt mountain lions with dogs. I don't want to speak to it, but we didn't want to interfere with that set of legalities. So I found out about it the minute that she was cited. I was aware someone might get cited. I was aware I might get cited. I just kept open communication with Game and Fish and went, well, how do we fix this? And the conclusion kind of was, as soon as someone gets in trouble, we'll fix it.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, it's nice sometimes to operate on old school game warden etiquette, but then you're going to get maybe a new kid, a Joe Pickett, who's letter of the law, and suddenly what you were operating under, you're like, look, let's make it official. And Julie, you seem like the perfect person to say, you're right situated there. You understand how laws are made. That's right in your wheelhouse. So you're like, all right, we got to make this official. Senate file. What is it? What did I say it was?
27, I believe.
Yeah, Senate file 27. So yeah, seems just like an oversight, just something we can fix pretty easy. Any indication from the lawmaker you mentioned or any lawmakers in Cheyenne whether they'll be able to get to this? It's a budget session. There's a lot going on concerning the budget. Will they be able to just, pop this out, do it, slam dunk?
I hope so. And I do just want to take a quick second to thank J.R. Riggs and House Member Byron and Senator Landon. Those three have really been amazing for me. And this bill also has very good bipartisan support.
Yeah.
I've had nothing but positive responses from legislature, and any of them who have any questions, please reach out. I do have data to support how successful the dogs are at recovering these animals. And it really is just to recover a legally shot animal. I don't know a tracker who would risk their dog, their hunting privileges, and everything else to track an animal that's not shot legally. If that makes any sense, you just simply wouldn't do it.
You're just taking hunter ethics, the right thing to do, and making that lawful. That's all. It's the right thing to do. And sometimes that's hard for lawmakers. You take something that's as obvious as the right thing to do, and, hopefully it's not stuck in a drawer and we get that moving. Julie, I'm glad you brought it to light. You and Eddie, keep doing what you do.
Thank you so much for having me on. It was an absolute pleasure to see you this morning.
You bet. Have a great day after.
Groundhog.
Yes. I like it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Julie McCallister joins us. That was fun. She's in the Cowboy State Daily Show, in the Cowboy State Daily a couple times. If you go back and read about what Julie does, trains dogs to scent bear. And bears, as she points out in the article, and she just talked to us now, bears do not bleed much, if at all. It's just the way they're designed. All that fat on those bears closes up the wound. That was something that was noted back in the journals of Lewis and Clark when they shot at the grizzly bears, and they were amazed by how much punishment the bears could take. And the bear may live or may not, but it's obviously suffering and could be actually killed, and you don't know it. And of course, a bear hunter, if he can't find his kill, is legally allowed to go shoot another bear. And this throws numbers off. The numbers Julie shared were alarming. How many bears could be going missing, presumed shot, and never found? That sounds like a job for Eddie and Julie and the good folks at the Rocky Mountain Recovery. Where is, I haven't put that, I wrote that down, note to self, and then now I lost. Rocky Mountain Big Game Recovery, yeah. She's a member of that outfit. You can find a link to them, by the way, in the story. It's all written by Mark Hines, and it came out on January 26th. Tracking shot bears with dogs would be legal under a new hunting bill, Senate File 27. Just kind of fixing what already exists and adding the black bear as a species to animals that can be tracked after wounded. Right now, that's okay with elk, mule deer, and other big game. All right, there's 1 hour down on a Tuesday. Show continues. Much more going on. Coming up next hour, we're going to Mackinac Island. Dress warm. Put on your puffy. Don Day weather forecast will be here. If you're in Wyoming, no need to dress warm. It's t-shirt weather today. Jim Walter will be here. We'll talk about reasons to visit Cheyenne. And Jackie Dorothy is on next hour. It's an hour you don't want to miss. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news, courtesy of for our radio affiliates across the state. You do your news, we'll do ours, and we'll meet again in 6 minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak is calling out a social media post and photos that incorrectly tagged terrorism in action by his department's immigration task force. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the sheriff says the photos were of a stolen car recovery and has nothing to do with immigration custom enforcement.
Kozak said, look, no, that's not what was happening. They found a stolen car. The deputies worked overnight to find this lady's car. They found the car, and what they were doing was processing the car at the location where they found it. And that was it. It had nothing to do with ICE. Now, usually law enforcement doesn't respond to social media posts and things like that. But in this case, because of the emotion over immigration and ICE that's going on nationwide right now, Kozak felt it was best to address it.
One current deputy and retired police officer tells Cowboy State Daily that it's dangerous for law enforcement officers to have this kind of animosity against them and could lead to some confrontations because of online misinformation. People with firearm suppressors or silencers no longer have to pay a $200 federal tax. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that gun sellers are saying that could be the tipping point that makes the devices the next big thing for hunters.
People have long said that suppressors, they're not a bad guy thing. They help people protect their ears. They reduce the recoil of a rifle for a kid out learning to hunt, those sorts of things. And so those shouldn't be prohibited under this NFA. Well, they got a bit of a compromise under the one big beautiful bill. All the red tape and the waiting period and special background check still applies. There was also a $200 tax stamp you had to get one. So that's no longer, the tax went all the way down to zero.
Mark Jones of Buffalo, a national director for Gun Owners of America, tells Cowboy State Daily that the red tape and waiting period associated with buying suppressors under the 1934 National Firearms Act still apply. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
A Utah man driving the wrong way on Interstate 80 died over the weekend after colliding head-on with a semi-trailer near Evanston. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that witnesses say a pickup was driving eastbound in the westbound lane.
The video was taken in the aftermath of the accident. It shows the force that went into it, and it's a really tragic thing. The semi-truck careened off of the road onto the shoulder and collided with a fence nearly going into a residential compound on that side of the highway, and the pickup truck was beyond totaled.
The The Wyoming Highway Patrol confirmed Monday that 40-year-old Dwayne Derrick of Logan, Utah, was driving a Chevy pickup the wrong way on the interstate at about 2 p.m. on Saturday. Bison, elk, and other animals die in droves in Yellowstone National Park's remote animal boneyard. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the secluded spot is also a dangerous place for animals already weak from the winter.
Sometimes if they're in such a weakened state, their systems might not be able to handle that. And if an animal isn't doing well already, that'll push them over the edge and they'll die.
Only a few know how to get to this elusive boneyard. Wildlife filmmaker Casey Anderson tells Cowboy State Daily that he wouldn't get any more specific about the location than saying it's in Yellowstone's northern range. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. We're going to Mackinac Island, everybody. Get ready, dress warms. It's cold. Kate's with us. Kate Conlon, owner of Mackinac Island Cookies. Mackinac Island is a special kind of island up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It's sponsored by Skidoo every winter, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you're rocking a Skidoo or not, Kate, but I know the only way you can get to work is by snow machine in the winter. How's winter today? It's cold today, eh?
It is, although it's been so cold. I think it's like 11 right now, and that actually feels really warm. If that's if that shows you how cold it's been. I went outside to start my snowmobile this morning without a jacket, and I thought, oh my gosh, I don't even need my coyote mittens. I could downgrade to my fox mittens. That's how cold it's been.
Oh man,
Yeah.
the reason we're talking to is, I mean, there's really not a Wyoming connection other than a lot of Michiganders come to Wyoming and settle here actually, but they come in the winter to snowmobile a lot. And now I see the connection, the whole snowmobile thing. I mean, that's how you get around in the UP on Big Turtle Island. What a cool, your website, it's the Facebook thing for the cookie company. Like, I can't even keep up with it, Kate. Can you? I'm your latest follower. I might have pushed you to the 80,000 mark on followers.
Thank you for doing that, for getting us over that hump. I can't believe how many people have been following along with us. And I said, you know, it's winter, our store is closed. It's mainly seasonal for the businesses. And so I said, I think it would just be fun to share daily life. It's so different. And I think once you're in it, it's so normal. You don't realize how unique it is. And so I just started posting little snippets of videos, going to school drop off with my daughter on the snowmobile and going to the grocery store that we have on the island. And, people are so interested. It just took off. I mean, more so than I thought it was ever going to.
I mean, I don't know why it is so engaging. I am riveted watching you head to toe, Helly Hansen, shoving your bundled kid into the back of that, whatever the snowmobile.
The snow coach. Yeah, I know.
Coach. And the kid is like...
I know. Well, I want to ride around in there. I'm like,
Right.
Can you drive? She's 3.5, but I can't wait until she can drive me around. She can drive the snowmobile and I can get back in there. She's desperate to drive the sled, but it's So I told her the other day that kids who don't live on Mackinac Island get to school by car, and she couldn't believe it. It blew her mind.
Oh, this kid is living the dream. And this is why I think the appeal. You got to know that, Kate. This is unique where you live. In fact, you open every segment of your video reels with, I'm Kate.
I live on Mackinac Island, a small island in Michigan's Upper Peninsula with no cars. It's very unusual. I mean, and there aren't that many of us that are lucky enough. We're very, very lucky to be able to live on the island. It is not the easiest existence, but I think it's so worth it. And, you know, it's a beautiful drive begrudgingly when you forget a tomato at the store and it's 2 miles out of town and you have to either snowmobile or bike to get down there. So, I mean, it makes everything really special and it's really beautiful. It's an unbelievable place.
I mean, like, it's not like Dodds is right downtown. Or what's the name of the market?
Dowds. Yep, Dowds.
It's
the oldest family-owned grocery store in the country.
Are you serious? And the Grand Hotel, what's that thing called? That's huge.
It's called the Grand Hotel.
Oh my goodness, it's gigantic.
I believe the year it was built was 1887, and the main structure was the center structure, and they've done additions over the years. So it was a little bit smaller when it was originally built, but it's the longest front porch in the world. So it's it's an old building. It's beautiful. Dorothy Draper, a friend of ours who works there, they've done the design works. It's very, very bright and colorful and lots of floral prints. It's very cool. It's a unique place.
It is unique. And if you want to see it in its full glory, you can go back and watch 1980s rom-com Somewhere in Time with Superman.
Christopher Reeve, and Jason Moore.
Yes. Yep. We shot there, or you can just watch the latest reel from Cape Conlon
Cookie Company. Yeah.
So I hope all this traffic is translating into cookie sales. If you want to get your order in for Valentine's Day, hurry up. Deadline approaching.
Yep. Send us an email. We're working on launching our website. That should be done within the next week, but we are taking orders from our email address, and that's listed on our Facebook page and on our Instagram page. And come follow along. It's super fun. I said now I have 80,000 employees on Facebook and almost 70,000 on Instagram because you guys are all coming with me to open my store and bake cookies this summer, and you'll get to see the island in her full glory. But it's a great place. It's very, very special. Here's
Mackinac Island Cookie Company. It's right there where the ferry lands. Yes, sort of. And I'm going to back out, and you can see the island, tiny little island. And there's, of course, Michigan. You're practically Canada. I saw in one of your videos, there's an old rusty cannon pointed. It's sitting on shore. Is it pointed north to Canada, just in case the Canucks try to come and invade the cookie shop?
So that is not. That's pointed towards St. Ignace. That's actually where the British landed. So we have a Fort Mackinac, that's downtown. This was a fort that was used in the War of 1812. This is a really old. The island was originally, it was the Great Turtle. It was sacred ground for the surrounding Indian native tribes. Yeah, and they would bury their chiefs and other high, special people within their tribes here. And then the French came through for the fur trade. So it's been settled a long time. Our Catholic Church, St. Anne's, has marriage and birth records that date back to the 1600s. So it's an old historic place for sure.
I had no idea. I mean, Michigan has a lot of history of the state, but then you get up in the UP, and for me, that was just like those hardened hockey nuts. I mean, I've been up to Sault Ste. Marie for a hockey tournament.
Another old one.
Yes, I've been there on our side of Sault Ste. Marie for a hockey tournament, and that was fun.
The hockey's really big up in the Sioux, more so than people I think know. But these waterways, the Straits of Mackinac, and the channels that connect, Canada, Drummond Island connects to Canada, which is the Straits. They've been really instrumental in the trading in this area for a really, really long time. And they still are. The Coast Guard cutter comes through here to break the ice for freighters so they can get back and forth. And so it's, just as busy as it ever was.
I know your day job is running a cookie shop, but you should really, consider being the travel and tourism ambassador of Mackinac Island. I've learned so many things.
about the island, including, if you look it up, by the way, don't spell it with a W. I guess you can, but explain the pronunciation. It looks like Mackinac Island, but
it does look like Mackinac, so that it's native spelling, and there are two different ways to spell it. Mackinaw, which is Mackinac City, and that is the only one. And I believe the Coast Guard cutter also is the Mackinac with a W. But Mackinac County, Mackinac Island, and the Mackinac Bridge are all Mackinac. So it looks like Mackinac, but it's all pronounced Mackinac.
Yeah. And where, they put on the full snowsuit in, December, and it doesn't come off till April. I
know. I'm so sick of boots at this point. I keep I go in my closet and I just say hello to my summer dresses and tell them soon. Although that, big old squirrel or whatever he is yesterday doomed us for another 6 weeks of winter. So we'll see how.
Did you get dinged by the rodent? Yeah, we also got well, I don't want to bring you envy, but you did just get through the longest month in the world, like the 1,000 days of January.
1,000 days of January. It never ends. And then the funny part is once you get through January, it's like you wake up one day and everything's melted and there are people coming across on the boat and season all of a sudden. So it's like it fast forwards from here. But January always takes, it's 3 years in and of itself.
Tough month to get through. So you got that behind you, but I don't want to bring you any envy. But today in Wyoming, typically, I'm in Jackson Hole, another tourist destination that's buried in snow for 8 months a year. So I get it, but not this year. Wyoming has not had a winter. 55 degrees today in some of our towns in Wyoming. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. I've been riding horses my whole life. So if anyone needs a part-time anything for 55 degrees, I'll come out there.
What you do there is so cool. Mackinac Cookie Company. I want you to go find them on the Facebooks. The website I try to go to, I got a 404, but it's coming.
We are
right?
Rebuilding our website. Give us a few days.
Yes.
I've got Darren. If you're listening to this, I'm calling you, buddy. So.
Hey. Come on, let's get on it.
Web developer, he's working on it.
Wait, they have web developers on this side? No cars, but they have IT guys. Oh, all right.
He doesn't live on the island. He knows the island, but he doesn't live here.
Just to fulfill your cookie gift order for Valentine's, they'll probably have to snow machine it from the shop. At some point, there may be a draft horse or two pulling a sleigh, then get it to a Piper Cub, because there is a small strip on the island, fly it to the mainland, and then the commercial carrier of your choice will get it to you somehow. And hopefully the cookie will not be crumbled by then. But
we've got it pretty well down.
What a journey. Yeah. Homemade cookies the size of your head. Espresso, coffee drinks. I wouldn't advise those for gift items. You'll have to go. And nautically inspired gifts and apparel located on Mackinac Island, right at the historical Arnold Transit Dock. I've learned so much about Big Turtle Island. I'm excited. I got to go now.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, we'll see you here this summer.
The wife's from Michigan, downstate.
Well, there you go.
We get out there a lot, but I've never thought to venture to this. I'm going to make it a point to get there. It sounds so fun.
You have no excuse. If you're one person removed from Michigan, you got to come now.
Yes. Kate, don't be a stranger, even though you started the morning as a stranger. It's so neat to learn about the island, where you live. And you're on to something now. Once you've hit that growth mark on Facebook where it just starts getting viral, and
it's crazy.
Hopefully this is another big boost to what you're doing, and you sell a jillion cookies, and yeah.
Well, thank you so much. It's so fun to tell people about our island, and it's been great to chat with you.
I feel like, and this probably you don't know, but I feel like that dude, there's an episode of Andy Griffith where a guy knows everything about the town. And I feel like this voyeur, like I know tonight's pizza night at the Mustang, right?
Friday night is pizza.
All right. Yeah. I just know everything all of a sudden about Mackinac Island, and I can't wait to get there. It's going to be like old home week. Like, I'm going to know.
Yes, it is. It feels like home. There's something about, we call it island time, and sometimes that's beneficial and sometimes it slows you up, but it just is what it is. And it's just a different pace of life for sure.
All right. Well, be sure to reach out when it gets back up into the 50s. Then I'll be sure to be there. Not right now.
Hopefully it's soon.
I know. Thanks so much for being on. Appreciate it. You got to check that out. Seriously. Our weather guy is coming on next, by the way. So Don Day can explain why he's made it so warm in Wyoming and so cold on Mackinac Island in the UP, Michigan. I'm going to share some videos just so you can see what we're talking about. This is typically what you'll see of the Facebook site. It's pretty fun. This is Kate.
An island in Michigan's Upper Peninsula with no cars. Congratulations, all. We did it. We survived the first 1,000 days of the year, and January is finally over. Happy February. We are one step closer to spring, and I personally am beyond thrilled. If any of you would like to order a Valentine's Day package, this is the last week to do so.
That's Kate doing her thing. Here's what it's like getting around Mackinac Island. It's all snow machine. All winter in Mackinac Island is the brap of snow machines. And they are frozen in, socked in.
Hi, everybody. Kate on Mackinac Island. Tonight is pizza night, so we are going to pick up pizzas at the Mustang. Hi, everybody. My name is Kate, and I live on Mackinac Island, a small...
This page, by the way, is now this Facebook page, this Facebook group, Kate's cookie company, Mackinac Island Cookie Company. Now, earlier in the month, she was at the 20,000 mark, and now she's at 80,000. And after this segment, who knows, 100,000. She's growing fast. Our weather guy's up next on Day, right after this.
Now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake returns from our visit to Mackinac Island. That's what the cookies look like. Don, I'm going to get you on here in a second. These cookies are literally as big as your face. Wow. Mackinac Island Cookie Company. on Mackinac Island in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, where it is cold, but not in Wyoming. Don, Kate is so envious of our weather. I told her we'd be in the 50s today in some locations around the state of Wyoming, and at Mackinac Island, venture a guess. You're a meteorologist, like.
So yeah, Jake, I don't like to get political, but I've had enough. I've had enough
of cookies or weather.
So there's been some discussion lately on stolen things, and our weather has been stolen. So our weather's been stolen, and I don't think we should put up with it anymore.
Yes,
stolen weather.
Is this an international incident? Is Canada involved? I think they are.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it's stolen weather, and I think there should be reparations.
I mean, low 50s today in parts of Wyoming, Mackinac Island, teens, single digits, which feels warm compared to what they had. And then,
and they're going to get more snow. Yeah, one of the frostiest places in North America has been the northern Great Lakes region. It was 15 below in Fargo this morning. I mean, it's and they're going to see another shot of Arctic air up into the New England, New York, Boston area this weekend. Third weekend in a row, they're looking at severe cold. So they're about ready to say uncle. If they haven't already over on that side of the country.
Holy cow. It is the winter that has not yet arrived. I know yesterday the Puxtatawny Phil, Lander Lil did their thing, but forecasting more winter. How about any winter in Wyoming? I saw the national map, another national map showing what's been going on for weeks, what's going to go on for another week or two. And it's kind of like the divide that goes through Wyoming, the continental divide. There's a divide in the United States where there's winter and here's where winter isn't.
Yeah. Now we've got another, it is going to be extremely boring here through Sunday.
Okay.
But confidence is growing that changes are coming. And it starts in your neck of the woods. I could see it as early as Sunday night, but more likely Monday. We will see some pretty good snows moving to northwestern Wyoming as we have the potential. I mean, it's there. All the right players are in place, so to speak, to see a flip. We'll see a potential warm-up, thaw over the central and eastern United States. And when that happens, that means the West is getting colder. So this is something that starts next week, especially, I think statewide Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. It starts, though, in the western part of the state late Sunday and Monday. Until then, though, it's a yawner.
Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. One of the warmest starts to winter, December and January totals are in, and it was warmer than average. All right. Well, we'll wait for the tail end of the weekend into next week, just in time for me to drive down Evanston. Sounds good. Thanks, Don.
Yeah, if enough people plan things and if enough people go to the car wash, I mean, that's maybe what it's going to take.
Everybody go wash your pickup truck this Sunday and it'll start snowing. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
All right, Don Day with a forecast. He's made it cold at Mackinac Island. And poor Kate is freezing her cookies off. Icing is not something that put on cookies. Icing is everywhere on Mackinac Island. We got to get right back into the Zoom room. I got more guests. Jim Walter's here. Let me click the buttons that makes Jim Walter appear. Jim, I got something special for you to play you in on. I know this music is not going to suffice. Let me see if I can make it happen. This might take some wizardry. Hang on. Here we go.
All right, I like that.
You already know why I'm playing this.
I do.
Welcome to another broadcast of New York Yankee baseball. And with the voice of the Yankees, it's Jim Walter.
That was the goal growing up, I tell you what.
I was, I've been doing some internet research on you, known as stalking, and you're from up in my neck of the woods. I'm from Canandaigua, Rochester. You're over Syracuse way. You put Syracuse on the map with your kind of destination marketing. That's what this guy does. He's a destination marketing expert, and he did the gig over there in Syracuse area, New York, for a while.
Yeah, I had a just to the east of Syracuse, between Syracuse and Utica, where Madison County it was called, and I used to love it. We'd go over to Albany and talk to the legislatures about tourism funding, and one of the things I always used to say was, I think we need to be a little more Madison County and a little bit less Madison Avenue when it comes down to things.
Oh, so, yeah. Genius! I'm sure they're still using that.
I'm sure.
Yeah. I love it, Jim. So then, you were looking for a change, and just so happened in Cheyenne, they were looking for somebody new. And we're going to talk about Dominic Bravo. He's kicked upstairs, and so were you. So now you land at Visit Cheyenne. What's that like?
I've loved it. We've been here 13 years. At the time, I looked at my daughter's mother. We were back in New York, and some things. You don't have to imagine, politically what things are like in New York. I thought I was a right-wing conservative when I moved out here, and I got here, and I was set solidly in the center. So that kind of tells you the environment. And so there were things that were happening, and I looked at my daughter's mother at the time and said, "We're either going now or we're going in 13 years." My daughter was in kindergarten; she was wrapping up her first year of school. It's either we're going to go now, or she's going to get entrenched in school, and we're going to want to stay here. And we pulled the trigger. And 13 years ago, we loaded the car in the U-Hauls and drove across country, modern day wagon train, and moved to Cheyenne. And we've loved it ever since. And spending the last 13 years working under Darren Rudloff at first, and then Dominic Bravo has really been two amazing mentors. Just absolutely loved working for those two gentlemen, and I'm excited to follow in their footsteps.
And what a time in history to be promoting Cheyenne. It pretty much promotes itself these days, but it could use a boost. And I want to talk about how unique it is to Cheyenne's growing so fast. How do you partner with rodeo kind of Western things like Cheyenne Frontier Days, like PRCA headquarters, maybe? Holy cow. And then still promote an image of a modernized city that is more advanced than Denver in a lot of ways. When you talk about meta and all the exciting things, there's a lot to Cheyenne, isn't there?
There's a lot to Cheyenne, and there's some really interesting things that we're going to be working on over the next 6 months, 12 months. The beauty of things like, having that history, I tell people all the time, communities will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on branding themselves. And you go anywhere in the world, really, and you say the word Cheyenne, people think of the American cowboy. People think of the American West. They think of the Old West. So that brand has always been there for us. And what we try to do at Visit Cheyenne is kind of tie. We have three different pillars we tie together. We've got that Western heritage, which obviously Cheyenne Frontier Days, the Hell on Wheels Rodeo, the Frozen Fury Rodeo coming up this weekend, all tie really big into that. Obviously, the PRCA choosing us to come to Wyoming and move their headquarters here, hopefully. That ties into it. At the same time, we've got amazing outdoor adventure over at Kirk Gowdy State Park, and I was saddened to open the newsletter this morning and see Mrs. Gowdy passed away. And what a great philanthropist and community person, that whole family was. But the resources we have up there at Kirk Gowdy State Park, and then what we call the Cheyenne chic piece of that stool, our breweries, our distilleries. I mean, we've got distilleries that are making award-winning whiskeys and vodkas, and distilleries that are brewing great, or breweries rather, that are brewing great beers and creating great local community here in Cheyenne. And then at the same time, things like what the Lincoln is doing with the live music they're bringing in, and the comedy and the live music over at the Civic Center. There's so much going on here, and we try and tie that all together and kind of stay in our lane of, we've got that Western experience, but we're not just that. You can do other things as well.
Yeah, Cheyenne's always been the cultural city for Wyoming. I mean, it had to be in the mid 1800s, and it still is. It's still up. There's so much to do. You speak about the brewery, Blacktooth Bingo tonight, by the way. Right. Make sure you hit that up. tell me, what is boots on the ground? That is you've kind of integrated into Cheyenne. I was looking at the blog and the website and trying to it's like an insider's guide to the city, isn't it?
It is. It's the blog on our website, and that blog is it's about 5 years old now, and that serves a couple of different. It's an insider's guide to the city. It's a locals look at what's going on. It's a locals look at what's happening here. But also, as you look at marketing today, and you look at things like you go to Google now and you type in what is there to do in Cheyenne this weekend. A lot of times that first result is an AI generated result. So one of the things that we have to do as tourism marketers, as DMOs, is to make sure that we're putting content out there, that we're putting content on our website where we become that trusted source for Gemini, for ChatGPT, for Claude to go and pull. We want them pulling information from us because the information is legitimate. You're going to have the AI is going to have fewer hallucinations, and we're going to get the right information into people. So that blog serves two real big purposes: one, to get the information out, and two, to just feed content into the internet and to really try and trick the AI is not the right word, but support the AI in its mission.
Coach the AI. Yeah, Jim Walter. I wasn't going to talk about this, but it is interesting. Diane Schober, I mentioned it with her a few times. And this whole, whether you're drag kicking or screaming, or whether you're ahead of it as a DMO, as Jim Walter points out, you've got to do SEO. You've got to understand what AI is doing when it's crawling around, what it's looking for, and make it work for you. Make it serve Cheyenne. Visit Cheyenne. Jim, are you able to get with that, or do you have a 20-year-old on staff?
We have. We work with one of the companies we work with. They, monthly, and it's constantly changing.
Yeah.
We don't have the time on our staff to sit there and figure out what Google did with its algorithm today. But we've got partners that do. We've got, I call him, he's our Cody. Cody comes in every month and tells us, what's happening with search engine optimization, what's happening with artificial intelligence, and how is that relevant to us in the destination marketing world. And we have partners that do a great job with that, and then they'll come and, based on what the algorithm is, they'll say, okay, these are the things, the trends we're seeing on your website. These are the trends we're seeing in what people are searching for. Here's some content we can build to help take advantage of that.
Jim Walter is the Scooter Rizzuto that never was. He's the CEO and president of the destination marketing site, Visit Cheyenne. Now, officially named president after the departure of Dominic Bravo, but you've been there a while, long enough to get a sense of how did 2025 stack up? Here we are, like we're a month into the new year. What did you achieve in 2025 as far as visitation in Cheyenne? What was positive, and what do you got to build on and keep going in the new year?
We had a fantastic 2025. We're still distilling all the numbers, but when we look at hotel stays, we're being buoyed by the fact, obviously, that we have got a phenomenal amount of more construction going on in Cheyenne in the last 3 years than in the previous 30 years combined. So, we're buoyed by the fact that we've got a lot of people in here because of the tech sector, because of the building that's going on. But at the same time, our leisure visitation has been strong. Even, where a lot of the country continues to struggle with international visitation, we still saw pretty solid international visitation last year, and a large part of that goes to what the Diane's team previously and Dominic's team at the state have done to position Wyoming as, if you're going to go anywhere in America, Wyoming's where you want to go. It's Yellowstone, it's the Grand Tetons, it's Devil's Tower, it's cowboy culture with Cheyenne and Cody and Casper. So having that strong message is still resonating with the international traveler. It's softening for sure. Is people around the world wonder, they see what's happening on the news and wonder, is America safe? But I mean, as you know and as I know, Wyoming is as safe as it can be, and that's the message that we put out there. So we had a great year. I mean, hotel revenue market wide last year was up about 13%, which is phenomenal. I mean, we look at a lot of other, key business outcomes and key performance indicators besides hotel revenue, but that tends to drive the bus. If people are spending the night in the Spring Hill, they're spending money in another restaurant, they're spending money in our bars or in our shops, they're filling up the gas tank before they leave town.
Jim Walter, nothing says, the Western cowboy, Western lifestyle, it's all encapsulated in just one word, Cheyenne. And that's why you find them on the internet under just one word, Cheyenne.org. It stands for, it promotes itself, really. Jim, you got the easiest job in the world. You just got to Cheyenne, Wyoming, man. People know what it means. They have an image of it, and they want to come and visit. Any big plans for 26? Any reason to reinvent the wheel, or how are we doing?
There's a lot going on in 2026. Obviously, the amount of construction at Cheyenne Frontier Days alone, with redesigning Chute 9.
Yeah.
So the rodeo arena is going to have a whole new look, a whole new feel. The big one, though, is the Morningstar Native American Indian Village that's going to open up. I'm super excited about that. There's, especially, we talk about the impact on cowboy culture that, Yellowstone has had and that Taylor Sheridan's shows have had. But that has also sparked an interest in the story of, the Native Americans, the American Indian. And there's really not a lot of places that tourists can go and learn those stories. So the fact that year round there'll be things there that they can go and learn about the American Plains Indians, that's going to be fantastic. And just the experience that's going to provide over the 10 days of Cheyenne Frontier Days is just going to continue to elevate what they're doing out there. So we're excited to see that. The Children's Museum downtown is kicking into high gear. They've gotten open. They're ready to go. And the amount of building, we talk about the commercial construction, but the residential construction that's going on downtown is also going to help, really keep downtown lively after 5 p.m. as well. So we're excited about all those things that are happening, and it's going to be a great 2026, and we're looking forward to telling the world about it.
The Morningstar component of CFD, I'm glad you mentioned that. I can't wait till the curtain goes up on that, because you're right. I have a sense that Yellowstone glorified the rancher of the West, but it also really gave us another re-examination of Native Americans, Indian folklore, Indian life in Wyoming. And it's still here, and nobody does it really, outside of what you might see on the reservation. Cheyenne could be the capital for that. It could be the headquarters for that kind of movement.
You walk around places like at the National Finals Rodeo, and if Mo, or even at Cheyenne Frontier Days, if Mo Brings Plenty is in the room, people are drawn to Mo Brings Plenty. I mean, his character, and his willingness to, talk to anybody and be that guy has really, he's become the face of that American Plains Indian and that struggle. And it's really it's really fun to see. And we're excited about the opening.
Mo brings plenty. Jim brings a lot, too. That's your new tagline. Cheyenne.org. Find out what's going on at Visit Cheyenne, Wyoming. Jim Walter's running the show there. He's got a lot of help. CEO and president of Visit Wyoming. Hey, thanks for coming on, Jim.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Tuesday. We got to take a quick break. Coming right back. Jackie Dorothy next.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks.
it gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Hey, what a fun show it's been so far this morning. We've covered a lot of ground. We've gone a lot of places. We just hit the state capitol, visiting Cheyenne with Jim Walter. Previously, we were snow machining in Mackinac Island in the UP. And we went on a black bear hunt with Julie McCallister, who trains dogs. Her dog, Eddie, can track a wounded black bear like nobody's business. We've been all over the place, and the journey continues as we head to Thermopolis, Wyoming, where today's high expected to be 50. Are you crazy? Jackie, how warm is it right now?
Oh, 29 degrees.
That's not bad.
No, not for February 3rd. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
I could do that.
What happened?
Well, Andrew Rossi says warmest start to winter in Wyoming ever. So Andrew's usually right about that kind of stuff. He crunched the numbers for December and January and found that.
Well, knowing Andrew, he's saying the warmest weather ever since humans have been here. We got the dinosaurs.
Oh.
I know that it was a tropical paradise when they were there.
That's right.
And you see the fossils, you see what it was like. So we're going back to the dinosaur age is what's happening.
Yeah, Wyoming was a jungle back in the day. We're going back to Andrew will be so happy. He'll have so much more to cover. Yeah, be writing about brontosauruses just walking by out the window. Hey, look at that. Brontosaurus just ate an elk. Yeah. All right. So let's see. I want to talk about the Yellowstone story. There's a lot there.
Yes.
A lot to talk about. You promised this story was coming. There it is, February 1st.
Right on schedule. No, this was a fun one. And one of the things about history stories is it always takes longer than just writing the features because there's so much you got to digest and dive into. And it came down to that nobody believed Jim Bridger and the other trappers, Coulter and Joe Meek, about what was going on. Yellowstone really existed.
Yeah, you think about all the things you see in Yellowstone today, you take it for granted about what's in there. But imagine being the first. I try to put myself in that position. I'm the first white dude to see it or explain it to someone, and it can sound pretty crazy.
And then, of course, Jim Bridger especially, that's why I used him as my example. He was really good at exaggeration. Joe Meek, not so much. He kind of told it like it was, but Jim Bridger loved to really go and say that he went to a petrified forest, but he didn't leave it at the petrified forest. He said there was petrified birds in mid-flight, there was petrified flowers in full bloom. I mean, he really went for it. So there was that kernel of truth. And it was really funny because I found this one newspaper from 1909, the Centennial, from Centennial, Wyoming. But they said that Jim Bridger exaggerated because nobody believed the truth. So he figured, why not? Here, I'll give you a real tall tale.
Yeah, he just kept heaping it on. Not that the truth wasn't enough. He talks about geysers
spouting 70 feet high. He was shortchanging some of them. Terrific hissing noises, of course, boiling, bubbling mud, all the things we see happen in Yellowstone. And he was just describing what they are. Or just if you've been to the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone, the lower or upper falls, if you've been traveling Wyoming for, let's say, days, weeks, months, like Wyoming, depending on which way you approach Yellowstone from, can be kind of boring, like just more flat, high prairie rock. And all of a sudden you come upon that canyon. That's significant.
Oh, and that one horrific story he shared about the 2 Indian braves. He said that he had been watching them. You know, it was definitely during that time when you didn't know if it was a hostile Indian or not. So he's watching them from a distance. They're right across the creek from him in what looked like a beautiful meadow. And all of a sudden he heard this sound and they just went plummeting down, disappeared from view, and he saw geysers and flames. He's like, they went straight to hell. He was terrified. And that story, I don't think was exaggerated at all.
It's got to look like that. So the first real, like, okay, we're starting to believe, what do you like, put that around 1871 expedition that brought cameras for the first time?
Right. I think they started believing it with, remember Truman? I told that ghost as a ghost story.
Yeah.
He was there and got lost. That expedition started to get a lot of interest because these were scientists that were coming back, but they needed documented proof. And that's where Jackson and Moran came in with their cameras and their paintbrush. And Moran added the color to the pictures that Jackson was documented. And they worked side by side. I didn't realize that they went to the same spots. Moran is helping with this huge, I mean, when you think about taking photos back in those days, I mean, he had pack mules with all of his stuff and he had to develop the film right there in the field.
Yeah, I imagine in the mule train, and I have seen old photos of the mule trips, like tons of mules carrying, tents, food, supply. And then there's, the back end of it'll be another 20 mules carrying Thomas Moran's camera stuff. I mean, you had to have like the glass, whatever.
Yeah, the glass plates, because
he
was taking the 8 by 10 pictures, and the negatives were 8 by 10. I mean, what that resulted in, I went to an exhibit one time in Jackson, and I was astounded because the guy was using one of those old cameras, and he was able to blow up pictures without pixelation or anything that were bigger than life.
Interesting.
And it was just amazing the quality that they got from these cameras. And it was because they were taking pictures the actual size of their negatives.
So the U.S. government did hear rumors of this crazy area called Yellowstone. They sent the Hayden expedition in. That's when Truman Everts got lost, 1860s. They painted it, and they verified, there's some truth to these Bridger tales. You really ought to bring a camera in here once you invent it. And we invented the camera, and we got it there as quick as we could. It's an amazing story.
When was the camera invented?
I'm sure like many,
Jake.
Probably way earlier than we thought, and probably in Europe, I'm guessing, but I don't know.
Come on, Americans claim everything.
I know. I have an assignment for you, Jackie, on another note. History. I'm serious. You got to write this down. I want to know. Right. Because I'm not easily stumped, and you're good at the history research. On this day in history, February 3rd, significant event. It's in the Laramie papers. I believe it's in the, I'm not sure. You'll find it in a Laramie newspaper. A court reporter named Fred C. Lebhart, Lebhart. He reports about a bullet that was used, exhibition number 1, a bullet that he still had, February 3rd, 1929. This is the bullet that killed Pete Paholis. I can find no mention of who Pete Paholis is. And a lot of times the last name gets distorted. This is Pajolis, Pete Paholis. Who is he? Why was he shot? The bullet was apparently found at an estate sale years later, and it's just tagged with, the back of it is tagged with Exhibit Number 1, OF, Fred C. Lebhart, reporter. Fred C. Lebhart was a court reporter in Laramie at that time, and it's presumed that this was brought to evidence in a trial of whoever killed Pete Paholis, whoever Pete was.
Well, I'm going to say what's been fun is that with the Wyoming Newspaper Project, they've been doing the 1920s and 1930s. So we're starting to get some stories that we've never heard before. And I can't say I've ever heard this, but we'll see what we can find out.
As you point out many times, not that long ago, to hear how Wild West, even the 1920s, were in Wyoming. It's amazing.
No, I think that Wyoming was definitely the last frontier for all of our wild expatades like that, especially with the outlaws. And I liked one quote I heard is that, yeah, the Wild West was over in the 1870s for some, but nobody told the outlaws.
Mm-hmm.
No one told Wyoming.
I mean, they had electricity back east, and we were still shooting people out west. Yeah.
We had it in Cheyenne in the 1870s, I think. Cheyenne was one of the first electrified cities.
Replaced the old gas light, Main Street. Yeah. So weird.
I mean, Cheyenne was a very modern town right in the middle of the frontier. That's what's pretty cool when you say the history.
I just mentioned that to Jim Walter, who was on moments ago. He's the CEO, president of Visit Cheyenne. And I said, you're promoting a city that both has the old Western history. You just say Cheyenne to an average person in Beijing, and they're like, oh, American cowboy, Cheyenne. That's all you have to do. But Cheyenne at the time then and still today is the modern. It features all the modernization you would find in Wyoming. It was the culture center of Wyoming. It had to be. It was the only city in Wyoming for a while. Like, it's interesting.
It really is. It's fun when you start diving in and you realize, wait a second, they had electricity that early? I mean, you still had, that was what, 20, 30 years before the Wilcox train robbery. And you think about Cheyenne and what it was. I mean, bicycles were popular. That's one of the things that's getting me is that, back in the day, they were going to replace the horses with bikes before automobiles became invented.
So Cheyenne invented electricity in 1870.
We'll say that, yeah.
And it took this long for Meta and other data centers to say, hey, we could use that electricity. We could build a data center there. Now that you guys have invented electricity,
well,
that took a while.
Thomas Edison was visiting Wyoming, and he said it helped inspire him to do electricity.
There you go. So
he came down during our eclipse in 1870, I believe it was. And he was doing some experiments, and that helped promote and push towards the direction of electricity.
So there is some truth to the rumor we just started.
Yes.
Cheyenne invented electricity in 1871.
You had no idea, did you?
Fantastic. Hey, when you mentioned one other thing, Jackie, you talked about the newspaper archives of Wyoming, and you say the 20s are coming. Like, there was a certain point where patents or what the information in newspapers is under, would it be a patent? It's not a patent. It would be under copyright or something. So it doesn't appear, but then that lapses after a while, like 80 years. I don't know. So a lot of times you'll go research something in the archives and you'll be like, oh, I have to go to look at microfilm to see this newspaper. But then it gets to be a certain age and you can now find it on the internet.
Yes. I believe it's 100 years. And then there's another one for 75 years. Like radio shows, you can use any radio shows you want until the 1970s because they were not protected under this copyright.
Interesting. I did hear an old radio show of when the blizzard was going on in Cheyenne. I think it was like the 1949 blizzard. But it felt super old when they were talking about how many inches of snow.
Wouldn't that be fascinating? I didn't realize they had recordings from back then. to have a recording from as this blizzard is happening.
Yeah, and he was interviewing people fresh off the train that were stranded in Cheyenne for days. He was like, when do you think you'll be able to get them? I don't know. There's snow piled up. Yeah, it was really cool.
No, that is fascinating. Those are the fun things about history, is when you come to these stories and you realize that you're hearing from the people that actually lived it.
History is fascinating. Jackie Dorothy, we just made history, another segment in the books. Tuesday, Jackie. We'll see Thursday, Jackie, in a couple days.
All right, sounds good. See you
right.
then.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That wraps us up for hour 2. We're only halfway through. More to go. Coming up next hour, you don't want to miss Mark Hines. We're going to talk about some wildlife animal stuff. Kevin Meyer, Cowboy Kevin Meyer. Of course, Cowboy Kevin Meyer based in Douglas. We're going to talk all about Sunday Night Grammys. I'm sure he was glued to it. And maybe some horse stuff. We'll see. More coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. You got us on the YouTube channel. I hope you subscribe while you're there. We're on Facebook Live, X Live, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. Run It Back podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. You hear us across radio stations throughout Wyoming.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Although robots aren't ready to fix roads now and cut down on the $400 million to $600 million shortfall that Wyoming faces in the next 2 years, they could help in the future. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to experts who say robotic road repair is on the horizon and could save big money in the long run, but not in the next few years.
The construction guy I talked to said probably 10 to 15 different machines at $500,000. Hard to see how that would be less expensive, as AI claimed.
Some officials have said the shortfall was caused by a combination of factors ranging from rising material costs to stagnant revenue, given that the last fuel tax increase was in 2013. Data collected across Wyoming shows temperatures between 2 and 13 degrees warmer than average in December and January. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that these temps have the making of the warmest start to winter on record.
The data released by the National Weather Service shows that temperatures between December 1st and January 31st were anywhere from 2 to 13 degrees above average across most of Wyoming, which makes it the warmest winter for a majority of the state. So what does that mean going forward? Well, we have about a third of the winter season left. There are signs that there's a shift on the horizon by the long-range weather models, but those are the same long-range weather models that didn't anticipate that we'd have so many high-pressure blocks, one after the other.
Lander Lil and Punxsutawney Phil both saw their shadows this Groundhog Day. Meteorologically, that means nothing, but meteorologist Don Day is forecasting colder weather is on the way for Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. 34-year-old Jose Benito Acon is facing federal first-degree murder charges for shooting a man in the head in a moving car on Wyoming's Wind River Reservation. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Ocone shot the man after asking if his girlfriend loved him.
The affidavit and the eyewitness accounts describe 2 women, 2 men in this car, and Ocone is said to confront his girlfriend who's driving with the words, "Do you love me?" The same witness describes the victim, says, "Bro, she said she loves you." And that is allegedly when Ocone shot the victim. If convicted, Ocone faces mandatory life in prison.
Ocone's girlfriend was able to confiscate the gun after he shot the passenger. Known for her charity work and devotion to Wyoming's Curt Gowdy State Park, Jerry Gowdy, the wife of the late Hall of Fame sportscaster, died last week at age 101. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that she leaves behind a legacy of kindness and philanthropy.
So Jer, all her philanthropy, lots of medical institutions and lots of different arts and culture, but she always had time to come back to Wyoming, even when she was 99 years old, to do things at Curt Gowdy State Park, like open this little house on the park for all the children in Wyoming.
Born Geraldine Ophelia Dawkins, Gowdy died on January 27th, surrounded by her family at her home in Manchester by the Sea, Massachusetts. She was 101 years old. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show, halfway through on a Tuesday. I'm going to share the Facebook link to the Mackinac Cookie Company, who we had on earlier today. So nice of Kate to pop on. I'm going to push her over the 80,000 follower mark. I think we did it. We already did it. She started the month of January at like 20,000 followers, as Kate pointed out. And then by mid-month, she was at 40, then 60. And then it's been growing so fast every day because the cookie company, basically Kate, the owner, just posts videos of what she does every day, getting around an island that has no cars. It's a special, unique, magical island in the UP. And it's fun. The videos are so engaging, so fun. And I'm going to put up the cookie. There we go. Some of our listeners were asking, where's the link to the cookie company? And I just put it up. And she's growing like as we speak. I'm jealous of the Facebook growth. And I'm happy to help out. Anything to do with cookies, I'm happy to help out. I just let Mark Hines into the Zoom room, but maybe I didn't do it right. He's joining. Oh, he's just a little slow, little sluggish with his interweb connections. Mark Hines, how you feeling? You're sketchy today.
Good. It does. Yeah. You're you're sketchy too.
You acknowledge that. Yeah, I fear we're not even going to be able to make a...
Well, I don't know if I am. My internet.
You're in Riverton, right? They have internet.
How's that? Yeah, better?
A little bit, I think. It's hard to tell if you're moving around or is that just your morning speed? You need to move around a little.
I'm not moving that much.
Yeah,
no.
me neither. I mean, it's, February 3rd. I want to talk about your story, gun silencers, well, suppressors as we know them. This is not the mafia. They don't make no noise. But suppressors make good sense for gun enthusiasts, whether you're a hunter or whatever. They're getting more and more popular. And now we get a federal tax on those, something dreamed up certainly by woke liberal politicians. That's going away. So we're going to see more probably sales of silencers, suppressors.
Yeah. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. You still have to jump through the red tape hoops. You still have to go through the extra background check and the fingerprinting and all that. It's still an NFA regulated item, but they got rid of the $200 tax stamp, which I guess makes it somewhat at least less expensive to acquire one.
Yeah, that was one barrier, I'm sure, for a lot of people. But more and more, I do feel like people are protecting their ears. I mean, certainly, whether it's these or a suppressor, I see more and more off the factory line, handguns and rifles now outfitted with threads for, to put in a suppressor aftermarket or whatever. Yeah, I think.
Yeah. It's kind of becoming the thing. It's like, the guy I talked to yesterday, there was a time when it was rare to see a scope on someone's rifle, and now everybody's rifle has one. So maybe it'll turn out being somewhat like that. But you're right. I have noticed an up. I don't have any, but I have noticed that a lot of people do. So
I thought about it for one of my, I could say one of my latest purchases. I want to make sure the wife isn't too close by. One of my latest firearm purchases. Theoretically, I thought about it. But it's it's a lot. We don't, gun owners, we don't like to hear loud bang either. Well, some do. And it may be why they got the big caliber guns. But I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Jellystone, where there's a boneyard. Animals go and choose to die. And for real, there's
the
a place
boneyard.
The boneyard.
Yep. I guess just kind of a perfect confluence of factors, one of which it's one of the first to green up. And so you get a lot of those, animals that are on their last legs going in there, and they might not be able to handle the sudden switch from, dry grass to rich green grass right away. There's that. And then a lot of them are, in a weakened state anyway. And so the predators know to go there for easier picking. So that kind of adds up to a large amount of, bones in a fairly concentrated area. I gather, so, the guys wouldn't tell me exactly where it was, they're secretive about it, but I gather that it's kind of a large plateau or a large valley. But the dynamics might be different this year though, because the winter has been so mild. So some of those dynamics might not play out, but which could be disappointing for the bears and the coyotes and the wolves and the eagles and everything else that is, planning on these huge pile of carcasses up there. So
I could just
we'll see.
The freshly emerged grizzly saying, "I've been hearing about this boneyard, and here I am, and I don't see anything."
There's nothing up here. What a bummer. Guess I'll go get some tourists. Yeah.
Where's the McD's at West Yellowstone? Well, I would have thought it would be a thermally kind of area. The bison would go to warm up a little, and then they just fall over. I don't know.
No, there's places where that happens, but no, this isn't one of those.
Okay, so our friend Casey Anderson turned you on to this deal?
Actually, it was his friend, Coyote Peterson. Oh,
yeah, okay.
I talked to him first, and then I circled back to Casey, and he kind of filled me in on the details. But Coyote Peterson had something up on his social media about that. So,
I loved your comedy routine with Claire McFarland. You were substituting for Bill Sniffen, who did it last year, but Lander Lil,
Lander Lil,
was pretty good.
A bronze prairie dog in Wyoming. Who'd have thought of such a thing? But Claire gets all the way to the end and then points out, well, Lander Lil's facing the wrong direction anyway. So,
oops.
So it wouldn't work anyway. But
I was following like the website that tracks every version of Groundhog Days. There are more than 50. There are like 60, 70 some. And we have a running total. And at the time, we did not have the result from Lander Lil. And it was almost tied on how many saw the shadow, didn't see their shadow. So it was vital to get that info. The website was not updated, but we had your direct report, you and Claire.
Exactly. Well, nobody ever bothers to ask the groundhogs how they, feel about getting dragged out of their dens.
By men in top hats. Yeah.
By men in top hats. Yeah.
I was probed by men in top hats. That was a fun story, and it's annual tradition. We're still looking for, I think we have later this week, somebody who's going to talk about burbits and what they taste like. I would never eat one. Have you eaten one?
No, but everybody tells me that they're tasty. I mean, I've eaten catfish. They're,
okay.
They're catfish is uglier than homemade sin, but they taste, if you've ever had it, it's really good. Yeah.
Nah, I just looking at a burbot, I'm like, no. But it is burbot's good catching, mostly at night and on ice. Ice fishing at night in Wyoming this winter, sketchy.
Yeah. Well, I was out at Boise. I wasn't ice fishing. I was hunting geese, and the ice was plenty thick out there.
Okay.
And all the geese were just camping out on it.
Yeah.
They had no interest in me, but I don't know why. Maybe because I was standing there with a shotgun. I don't know. But no, the ice was plenty thick enough. I went out there on both days, and on Saturday I saw a dude driving an ATV across the ice out there, and I was like, I don't know if I'd go that far yet. It was plenty comfortable to walk on, but cruising across there on an ATV, I don't know.
I mean, typically January ATV, February Chevy Silverado, but this year. This year, it's been boat is the preferred conveyance for
most of January. Most of January. But.
All right. Well, this just in. Where's my news report with? I don't have one, but this just in. Lander Lil's forecast may have been tainted by the fact that Mark Hines scared the rodent back into the hole holding his shotgun. Maybe it wasn't the sun. Dude, you can't taint the experiment holding firearms. Of course.
I didn't have a shotgun.
Oh, all right. Of course Lander Lil's going to run back into the hole.
Oh, sure. Poor prairie dog. All right.
Normally we would have you Thursday, but you got the news. We're going to...
Yeah, you're going to have the good senator on. So,
oh my goodness, Senator Lummis is going to come on and talk. So only for royalty like that, Mark. Otherwise, have a great weekend.
All right, you too. Have a good one, too.
All right.
Bye.
Mark Hines on the show, Cowboy State Daily. He hung out with Claire McFarland in Riverton, or in Lander, actually, as they checked out Lander Lil, the bronze sculpture. Lander Lil, one of 60-some, I think, forecasting chipmunks, rodents, chiselers, whatever they are. And consensus was we're in for another 6 weeks of winter, although in Wyoming, we're still waiting for the first 6 weeks of winter, or any 6 weeks. We've had like 6 days of winter, maybe, totally. And that's an Andrew Rossi story in itself. Andrew's story, data collected from
December and January finds temps are up 13 degrees above average, making Wyoming's warmest start to winter ever. Don Day came on and no longer is even trying to deny it. Don says, somebody call the cops because we've been robbed. Our winter stolen by every state east of us. Weird. What a weird winter, huh? Winter might be coming late Sunday, early next week. We're going to keep an eye on that. We're looking at snow. But meanwhile, highs in the 50s today. Spurring jealousy among them in the UP on Mackinac Island. They're saying, how do you do that? Let's take a break. Back with more in a moment.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Hey, we got to get going. We're going somewhere. We're going to Douglas, Wyoming to check in with our resident cowboy making horse sense of the world. It's Kevin Meyer. Kevin,
morning, Jake.
Good morning. Are you prepared to recap the Grammys Sunday night? I'm sure you are.
Oh, by golly, I would love to do nothing more than that.
You were the first guy I thought of on our staff that could kind of wrap it up for us and tell us what we saw. My goodness. We had Justin Bieber singing a song in his underpants. We had, at least he had something on. We had the Pink Pony Club girl wear nothing. She was topless, and that was considered high fashion.
You know, it occurs to me that the only way for folks to be shocking at those red carpets anymore is if they go fully clothed. Because everyone is having a race to see who can show up the most naked. And I guess there was a time, remember those simpler times when Cher would show up in something pretty scanty and everybody would just be shocked, but they would say, well, it's Cher, you know, and it's Cher. That's just, you know, she's a wild and crazy person. Well, now everybody's showing up wearing nothing.
Trying to outdo each other. Right. And Cher in the 70s was rocking a pretty typical look called middle boob. Now it's side boob, under boob. I mean, we've seen the whole boob at this point.
Whole boob, yeah.
Whole
yeah.
thing.
It's
right
the
out,
whole thing.
Right out there. What's her Pink Pony Club? Chappelle Roan. Golly, man. Just laying it.
You're hitting on another issue that I have, and a lot of it is my age, and a lot of it is my taste in music.
Yeah,
I'd never heard of over half of those people that were on that show, and of course, I did not watch the show. But you can't open your phone right now without seeing clips, and every new show you listen to, that's all they're talking about.
Yeah.
And so it almost feels like I saw the show just because of all the clips that I've seen.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was shocked at the number of people that I'd never heard of.
Because I'm in the biz. I have to be up on it. So I've heard of them all, but I want to go back and watch the performances similar to Saturday Night Live. I can't sit down and watch that show anymore. It's just become so woke, but I do like to go watch like one skit later in a video reel. If it shows up on YouTube, it's kind of funny. So I might go back and watch a performance. For instance, Post Malone belting out War Pigs was Slash on guitar, rocking the Spanish Fork Utah hat. That was cool.
Yeah, and I actually did see the clip of that performance, and that was really cool. That was good. Oh, Post Malone, he's kind of changed his image ever since he moved to a ranch in Utah and started riding horses every day.
Totally. And his horses, thanking the new Post Malone compared to the old one, it's a little lighter load to carry around. He's lost a ton of weight, found God, good for him. And yeah, he's changed a lot about himself. And yeah, isn't that funny? Like the most outrageous stuff you can wear, red carpet scene for Grammys at this point is to go, full on naked. And that's not even a surprise. But to really shock people with your acceptance speech used to be doing, making a political statement, doing one of those, what's her face? They got banned from Saturday Night Live. Remember when she,
Sinead O'Connor?
Yeah. Like
when she ripped up the picture of the Pope.
Right. That kind of stuff used to be shocking in its speech. Now, like to come on and say, ice out. That's nothing. That's not shock. What was shocking was Post Malone saying, I got to thank Jesus and God for turning my life around. People are like, Hollywood's like, you can't say that. Don't bring
Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll.
He preached a sermon there.
Yes, that's right, Jelly, not Post. Jelly Roll preached. I'm like, ooh, preach on. That was the most controversial thing about the Grammys. Not a topless chaperone, not a underpants Justin Bieber, who I don't know what he was under the influence of
doing that, his latest song. It was Jelly Roll's faith. Testimony.
Well, and it's funny you talk about the political commentaries. What it reminds me of, quite honestly, is like when Wyoming gets a new football coach and they introduce him at the basketball game at halftime. All he has to do is grab the mic and say, "Go Pokes," and then everybody cheers. Well, he hasn't done anything yet, and he hasn't done anything other than say two words. Well, it's the same thing with the ice out and the F ice and all that stuff. All it is you're letting the Hollywood elite know that you're on board with them, and then they just start clapping like a bunch of trained seals.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean anything. It's just, political theater.
Yeah.
And I think most of the country, really, if you look at the amount of viewers that the Grammys had, most of the country doesn't really care what some little rock and roll pop music star has to say or their opinion.
So it'd be really easy to be a speechwriter for, let's say, Bad Bunny, who does not speak English or refuses to. I could be a speechwriter, and Bad Bunny would say, but I don't speak English. I'm like, all you got to memorize is 4 words. Ice out, peace out, homie.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. And the people will jump up. Woo! He's the greatest. That's it. That was his speech, basically. Yeah.
That'll be interesting to see how his halftime show goes over next weekend at the Super Bowl. I don't know if it has quite as much momentum as they thought it was going to have.
I don't know. Among his peoples, he's popular. If the idea is to expand the market for football, could work. Football, by the way, is going to France next year. The Saints are going to play as the home team in France, which makes sense because New Orleans is pretty much old France.
Well, it is, and I think that was a good choice by the NFL to send that team with that connection. But then again, the way New Orleans has been playing the last couple of years, I think that's kind of getting back at them for World War II.
Good point. I mean, the NFL at this point to play in Europe, it's become who could not refuse the invitation? The Saints are so awful; they'll take any olive branch. Like, here you go. Do you guys want to play in France? Sure. But it worked out because New Orleans, Louisiana. I mean, that's so French. Nobody speaks English in Louisiana. Not in the Bayou. You ever been down there?
No, but I've had plenty of people from there. And in fact, I had a kid from Baton Rouge work for me. And it probably took me 2 weeks to fully understand anything that he was saying.
Totally. It's a weird bastardization of English, French, that whole Cajun thing. Similar to what you'll get a lot up here in Wyoming with the sheep tenders and in the Basque. I'm reading not the latest, but I'm working my way through 20-something books of Craig Johnson, and I'm on the one now that has to do with wolves and sheep and Basque herders. I'm fascinated with the Basque people and sheep tending, sheep herding in general, and how those guys do. That's a lonely life, man. That's props to sheep herders, man, and the Basque. You probably work with some.
Oh, I did, and I always enjoyed it. They're great people, amazing cooks. It's unbelievable how they cook. But this is one thing I found out is if you're in a little bar in Casey, Wyoming, no matter how many times an old Basque kisses you on the cheeks, do not let him buy you a beer, because for the rest of the night, every time he buys a beer for himself, he buys you a beer. And I was drinking just as fast as I could. And of course, he wasn't buying the top shelf beer. It was kind of old swill. And I probably had 6 or 8 beers unopened sitting in front of me because I couldn't keep up.
Many a great Western tale begins with me and this Basque guy were drinking in a bar in KC. After that, there's like a bunch of blank pages in the story. I don't remember much after that.
And then I woke up underneath my pickup, not in the bed, not on the seat, underneath the pickup.
At least it was your pickup. You recognized it by the oil leak. I'm like, oh yeah, that's
exactly.
my Chevy. I was going to ask you before you start a story with this. One time in a bar in Casey, I was like, is the statute of limitations run out before you finish this story? Aha. Did you know February, the month we're in right now, is unique? Why is that? Do you know, Kevin?
It has 31 days.
Well, that would be a trick. No, it's not a leap year thing. And it only happens, I think it will not happen again for another I saw one thing that said like 130 something years, but I don't know how often it comes around. Not very often. We will not see a February like this one very often. And it's a good question for Ask Abby on Thursday. I'll probably just replay it because she's not watching.
Well, you have my interest peaked here.
Well, I'll give you a hint. February 1st started Sunday, right? Sunday was February 1st. Sunday. Okay. Picture in your mind a calendar.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing that it ends on Sunday?
It ends on a Saturday. It is a February that there's a special term for it. Every day of the week is going to happen 4 times in a month.
Oh.
Like every day is equal. The calendar it works to a horizontal like perfectly.
Oh, I'll be darned.
And that doesn't happen.
That is a numerical anomaly.
Yeah, you're living in it. Aren't you better off knowing that today?
You know what? That's going to carry through all day, keep a smile on my face.
You know, we should just about to switch to straw hats here as we work our way into February, known as the new April, I guess. What's it in Douglas today? You going to get to 50?
Yeah, I think so. And who knew that this is the garden spot of the country nowadays? Huh? I was in Rapid City this weekend for a horse sale, and there were some folks that came up from Oklahoma and Texas. And they said that the farther north they drove, the less snow there was, because they have been pretty hammered with snow and cold and ice. And by the way, I don't know if you've been paying attention on social media, but right now you could get a really good deal on a slightly used and quite a bit dented and bent indoor arena, because they've been collapsing all over the state of Texas.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, because they don't build them. Like my indoor arena is built to hold 90 pounds per square foot of weight.
Yeah.
And those down there, they're built to hold like 15 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, you throw a bunch of snow and ice on one of those, and yeah, they just crumple. It's been something else. How I've seen at least 5 different outfits that their indoor arena. Of course, down there, their indoor arenas are usually just a roof. They don't have walls on them, and they just they've just been collapsing.
Probably is the reason why they can withstand the tornadoes or even a hurricane. I mean, you talk about Texas tornadoes, so those things can stand up to a tornado, but a little bit of snow and roof caves in. Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not surprised.
They engineer them for high wind and no snow, because why would you?
Right. Interesting. And meanwhile, you're probably finding little use for your indoor riding area. You're like, we're going to ride outside today. It's another nice day.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice, other than a couple of those days where the air has been moving at a pretty high rate of speed.
I got it.
But then again, kind of going back to how they're engineered, up here they usually engineer these barns to withstand 120 mile an hour winds. And there was a couple days there a couple weeks ago that I thought we were going to test that.
Tell you, man, it's a reason, and never mind the mountains being the reason to cinch up tight. You want to make sure your saddle's still there by the wind. Cinch up, cowboy. It's Douglas, Wyoming. And
yeah, but as we always say, it keeps the flies and the Californians down.
Anything else in the news that you've noticed?
Not really, because it seems like it's just the same 4 stories rewritten and redone. And of course, this time of year, I always get just a little depressed, especially this week, because obviously looking forward to the Super Bowl, but then realizing that that's the last football game for quite a while.
And I can't even get excited about the game, honestly. I mean, New England and Seattle, a lot of people are saying, a real MEH regarding this Super Bowl. What are we up to now in Roman numbers?
60 LX.
Oh, easy to remember. 60.
Yeah, and it makes the T-shirt a lot smaller. The logo on the T-shirt.
You don't have to go in with your buddies so you can all wear the 3 T-shirts that comprise Super Bowl 59. 60s in one shirt. Yeah, you could say you were there, although you would have to further explain why. Why would I spend money to go watch Seattle and New England play football?
Yeah, that's one of those. The nice thing is now it's 2 relatively new teams in the Super Bowl. It's not, just a rematch of Kansas City and Philadelphia again. That makes it nice. But yeah, it's really hard to get excited about this game at all. But of course, we'll all watch it just because it's football, and we're pretty simple people.
Yeah, and I have the day and night off technically, so I guess I will watch it, including the halftime show. I don't know about the alternative halftime show, the Turning Point show with Kid Rock and company. The lineup's been announced, a couple of country dudes, and I like the young lady. Do you know who the concert is? Kid Rock.
No, I didn't. I haven't. I heard that they were going to do an alternative halftime show, but I haven't looked into it because, quite honestly, I can't remember the last halftime show I saw.
Yeah, I mean, we go get beer. That's what it's for. Who is really noticing the halftime show? We got like one eye, one ear on it. The rest is like trying to rush around and do the things you got to do. Like somebody check the nachos in the oven, crack another beer. It's going to be Kid Rock and Gabby, what's her name? Gabby Barrett. I like her. Lee Bryce, I like him, and Brantley Gilbert. So, country artists. Kid Rock, if you're Turning Point, I don't get Turning Point. I don't get it after Charlie Kirk, what they're trying to be. And to me, it's like stay in your lane. Who cares about, why are you concerned about the halftime show? And then be careful what you wish for, because Kid Rock, does he represent the Turning Point message? Kid.
That is what strikes me about that deal is, and I know that Kid Rock has turned himself into this rebellious conservative pro-Trump guy, but I think that's about where the lineup stops in being in line with what Turning Point has always kind of stood for. I mean, it seems like the older he gets, and he has the kind of money that he doesn't care what he does because he's uncounselable.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a really weird kind of, it was weird to see him at the Republican National Convention there last summer. It's just, I don't know. But hey, good for him. He's still playing the same songs that he played, that he got famous off of. And that's pretty cool if you can get that kind of money off of just 1 or 2 songs.
Kid Rock is the music artist representation of the dad that never got custody and never wanted it. Yeah, that basically encapsulates Kid Rock. His music, he's got more F-bombs in his lyrics than rappers. I mean, I just don't get how, if America was yearning for this wholesome halftime show, I don't know where you get Kid Rock involved. But
when you think wholesome family entertainment that is kind of religious based, who comes to your mind first? Well, of course it's Kid Rock.
Kid Rock and his song. Oh, we can't mention the lyrics. At least when Bad Bunny cusses in his music, nobody's going to know because he's sing it all in Spanish. We'll be like, what? I don't know. Hey, Kevin, thanks so much. Watch them ponies today. Don't get thrown.
All right, you take care.
All right, buddy. Kevin Meyer, the Cowboy State Daily Show, joining us live from Douglas, Wyoming, Mans Creek Horses, where he trains some of your top horse flesh, man. I mean, expensive horses. We can't afford the kind of horses Kevin rides. Basically, his day job is what Yellowstone creator does in the Yellowstone TV series. What's his face? Kevin left, and Yellowstone, dude. We talk about him every day. And then he plays a role, Taylor Sheridan. What Taylor Sheridan purports to be in the television series Yellowstone is what Kevin Meyer is today, pretty much. And it's always fun to catch up with him. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to take a quick break and get right back at it. Don't go far. Run to the fridge and grab another beer. That's it. And then we'll all get back
JB
in.
Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jackamick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jackamick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Earlier about this February, what makes the month unique in 2026. February this year is in perfect exact alignment. The month begins on a Sunday, ends on a Saturday, and that's 28 days worth. That's 4 weeks exactly. So each day is represented 4 times. This won't happen again until 2037. It's a phenomena that has, I believe, a name. Let me put AI to work. Let me ask the Googler. Let me get Siri on it. February 2026. I don't even know how you Google. 4 weeks in alignment, and how often does that happen?
Perfectly aligned February 2026, a rare perfect month. 28 days neatly divided into 4 full weeks, creating a perfectly balanced calendar for your eye. If you were to look at the calendar of February, there's no days stuck left over. I mean, it all fits in the box, the perfect month. I thought it had a name, and I thought it appeared. I thought there was how often it pops up. I don't know if it's regular. It's a rectangular month. Some are calling it. Some are calling it the perfectly aligned month. Won't happen again till 2037. A clean 4x7 grid. What does it mean? It must portend something. But if you planned on being around in 2037, you'll see another one. And you can be the first one to say, aha, I remember the February of 26. Perfect quad, perfect alignment. Yeah, it does not happen very often. Also, by the way, it includes a Friday the 13th. So does March. We're going to have back-to-back Friday the 13th months. What does that mean? Can't be good. This day, however, in history, February 3rd, let's do that. This day had the unique history that I still have to flesh out. I did a little bit of digging, but it's going to require a lot of research. And I asked Jackie to get on it, but I don't know if she will. She didn't seem to take me seriously. I may have to reach out to my own historians, but that's coming up in a moment. First, imagine this. Imagine you're back in old Cheyenne, old Wyoming. Wyoming's not even a state yet. The railway is not in yet, and you need to go from Cheyenne to the Black Hills, otherwise known as, Northeast Wyoming, Rapid City. Let's say Rapid City. You want to go Cheyenne to Rapid City. The only way to do that, other than jumping on your trusty steed, is to take the stage. Today, 1876, the first stage run from Cheyenne to Black Hills left Cheyenne on February 3rd. I mean, first off, that trip, if you don't know historically, was not the safest run of the stage line ever invented. I mean, this stage ran through still somewhat hostile Indian country. Red Cloud Wars had come basically to an end, but still weather. I mean, who starts a stage run in Wyoming winter on February 3rd? And how many tickets possibly could have been sold? How many people in Cheyenne were itching to get to Black Hills on this day in 1876? 1, 2, maybe 3? It took more horses to run the stage than how many people got pulled on it. I don't know what it cost you back then, but today was the first day the stage ran out of Cheyenne, leaving for Black Hills. All aboard! This day, 1900, Jeff Carr assumes office, state penitentiary warden, on a temporary basis. His term would last just 1 year. Temporary warden Jeff Carr took office on this day, 1900. 1913, this day, the 16th Amendment to the Constitution was ratified. That provided for a federal income tax. Oh, what a dreary day. Federal income. There was no IRS prior to 1913 this day. What a glorious time to live. 1917 this day, the United States broke off diplomatic relations with Germany due to Germany's announcement of the resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare. Remember, Germany thought they had a great advantage inventing the U-boat, and they couldn't resist their unrestricted submarine warfare, 1917 this day. And then on this day, 1929, is the piece of history that I'm still trying to uncover. Somebody named Pete Pajolis, Pajolis, was killed in Laramie. And the only reason we know this, and it survives till today in a this day in history kind of way, I think the only reason we know it is there is a newspaper article written by Fred Lebhart, who was a court reporter. The newspaper article I still have yet to find. It appeared in a Laramie newspaper. I'm not sure which one. And I'm assuming maybe I can find that. But all of this entry for this day in history, 1929, comes from primarily a bullet found at an estate auction. I'm not sure when that was found, but at an estate auction, a bullet was tagged with the note reading, "Bullet that killed Pete Pajolis, Laramie, Wyoming, February 3, 1929. The back of the tag is typed the words EXH, meaning Exhibit Number 1, OF, Fred C. Lebhart, reporter. Now, Fred C. Lebhart, if you do look him up, was a court reporter working in the Laramie area at the time. Presumably, the OF might stand for Objection Foundation, which would be a legal thing used in the exhibit of a trial, particularly a grand hearing, like a big trial. So this had to have been a murder of particular note of the era. Yet, if you were to try to internet search up and do a little research on who Pete Pajolis ever was, it's difficult. I have not found anything. Judy Myers of Pinedale also wonders, who was Pete Pajolis, and can you find more about him? Killed in Laramie on this day, 1929. Not that long ago, yet virtually erased from history. 96 years ago? 1954, this day, Goshen County branch of the Wyoming Historical Society was chartered. And on this day in 1995, magnitude 5.3 earthquake, rocks Green River, Wyoming. That's a significant bump of 5.3 in Green River. I'm hearing of a earthquake swarm in San Francisco right now, supposedly breaking news. Reminds me of my favorite movie, the one with The Rock in it, where he flies a helicopter and saves everybody, saves the world. Los Alamos? San Alamos? I forget. I'm going to see if that's really for real, San Francisco earthquakes, and I'll do that while we take this break with the Western Ag Network, because it's time to rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along, still in Rapid City, South Dakota, for the 7-time large indoor rodeo of the year. Today, Tim O'Connell joins us once again. He talks about the style of bareback riding that Casey Field, the 6-time world champion, developed, and then the others are learning from. We'll talk to Tim O'Connell on the Road Show coming up next.
Ranchers want to add proven performance to your cattle herd? Quaint Cattle hosts their 14th annual production sale February 17th at 1 o'clock p.m. in Oaks, North Dakota. Selling 90 purebred Simmental and Sim-Angus bulls and 28 bred heifers backed by GE EPDs and complete data. Quaint genetics consistently exceed breed averages for gain, driving pay weight, longevity, and profitability. View the catalog, videos, and bid online at dbauction.com, or you can visit quaintbrothers.com. Quaint Cattle, performance you can trust.
Feeding through winter shouldn't feel like guesswork. Smart Lick tubs make sure your herd gets the protein they need every day, no matter the weather. Reliable intake, proven performance, peace of mind for you. It's not about working harder, it's about feeding smarter. Feed SmartLick protein tubs for consistent nutrition and confident performance. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
When I got to my first final in 2014, Casey had now won 4 straight world titles. So my film study was based off Casey and what the new style was going to look like and how to make that style my style. In a sense, I'm going to take something from him, I'm going to take something from Will Lowe, and I'm going to take what I like doing on the back of a bucking horse, and I'm going to mold this into what it looks like for me. But it's got to look somewhat like this. Wow. Well, Sam Peterson in 2010 might have been 6 years old or 7 years old.
Yeah.
And so was Rocker and all these young kids, and I made my first finals in 2014, won my first world title in 2016. Well, in 2021, 22, when these kids are turning 18, there had only been 5 guys that had won a world title in the span of that 12 years. Jess Pope, Clayton Bigelow, Stephen Peebles, myself, and Casey Fields. So for 12 years, it was dominated by 5 guys, in a sense. 3 had one, and then me and Casey had the rest.
He's a 10-time national finals qualifier in the bareback riding and a 3-time world champion. Tim O'Connell on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak is calling out a social media post and photos that incorrectly tagged terrorism in action by his department's immigration task force. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the sheriff says the photos were of a stolen car recovery and has nothing to do with immigration custom enforcement.
Kozak said, look, no, that's not what was happening. They found a stolen car. The deputies worked overnight to find this lady's car. They found the car, and what they were doing was processing the car at the location where they found it. And that was it. It had nothing to do with ICE. Now, usually law enforcement doesn't respond to social media posts and things like that. But in this case, because of the emotion over immigration and ICE that's going on nationwide right now, Kozak felt it was best to address it.
One current deputy and retired police officer tells Cowboy State Daily that it's dangerous for law enforcement officers to have this kind of animosity against them and could lead to some confrontations because of online misinformation. People with firearm suppressors or silencers no longer have to pay a $200 federal tax. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that gun sellers are saying that could be the tipping point that makes the devices the next big thing for hunters.
People have long said that suppressors, they're not a bad guy thing. They help people protect their ears. They reduce the recoil of a rifle for a kid out learning to hunt, those sorts of things. And so those shouldn't be prohibited under this NFA. Well, they got a bit of a compromise under the one big, beautiful bill. All the red tape and the waiting period and special background check still applies. There was also a $200 tax stamp you had to get one. So that's no longer, the tax went all the way down to zero.
Mark Jones of Buffalo, a national director for Gun Owners of America, tells Cowboy State Daily that the red tape and waiting period associated with buying suppressors under the 1934 National Firearms Act still apply. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
A Utah man driving the wrong way on Interstate 80 died over the weekend after colliding head-on with a semi-trailer near Evanston. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that witnesses say a pickup was driving eastbound in the westbound lane.
The video was taken in the aftermath of the accident, and it shows the force that went into it, and it's a really tragic thing. The semi-truck careened off of the road onto the shoulder and collided with a fence nearly going into a residential compound on that side of the highway, and the pickup truck was beyond totaled.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol confirmed Monday that 40-year-old Dwayne Derrick of Logan, Utah, was driving a Chevy pickup the wrong way on the interstate at about 2 p.m. on Saturday. Bison, elk, and other animals die in droves in Yellowstone National Park's remote animal boneyard. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the secluded spot is also a dangerous place for animals already weak from the winter.
Sometimes if they're in such a weakened state, their systems might not be able to handle that. And if an animal isn't doing well already, that'll push them over the edge and they'll die.
Only a few know how to get to this elusive boneyard. Wildlife filmmaker Casey Anderson tells Cowboy State Daily that he wouldn't get any more specific about the location than saying it's in Yellowstone's northern range. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, the day after Groundhog Day, which is known as the day that rodent went back to sleep, I guess. Renee Jean will be here momentarily, and she'll talk about her stories, including the sad passing of Jerry Gowdy, Kurt Gowdy's wife. Kurt, we lost far too early. Wyoming legend Kurt and his wife, she died at age 101. Renee Jean has that story. Could robots be the answer to Wyoming's ever-escalating road repair costs? Yeah, let's make robots fill potholes. And then humans can take on higher level tasks. What other? She's got a whole bunch of stories we got to catch up with. For instance, I don't understand why we need crypto ATMs at all. All they seem to be is a source for hacking and scamming, and we're talking about more than $4.5 million in stolen money from crypto ATMs in just 3 of Wyoming's largest cities. $3 million in Gillette alone. These crypto ATMs. These are the new one-armed bandits.
no arm bandits, I guess. They're like a slot machine in a casino that never pays out. All they do is take. I don't get why we have them at all. We'll ask Renee if she knows and if she's ever used one. Yeah, let's get her in here. Lickety split, Renee. What's happening?
Oh, and just another manic Tuesday.
Yes, it is. You're going to know the answer to this. I'm now going to pose it to every guest for the rest of the show and maybe tomorrow. And certainly it's going to be an Ask Abby question Thursday. What's unique about this February 2026 this year?
This year, February has something unique?
Yes, the month of February, totally unique. Won't happen again till the year 2037. I'll give you a hint. The month started on a Sunday.
I think that you're referencing this viral message that falsely claims February 2026 is a rare calendar event with 4 Sundays and 4 of every weekday.
Yes. Is it false?
Yes.
No.
So.
I fell for a falsity? This February works out rectangularly. Every day is represented 4 times. Every day will happen 4 times every day of the week. You're saying that's not?
I'm not sure. I'd have to research it.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm taken in by everything I see on the internet. And I would easily be taken in by something telling me to run down to the loafing jug and put my money in a crypto ATM machine. I don't understand why these things exist other than to rip us off. 4.6 million in lost money in Wyoming's crypto machines. How many are there? And I have one in Jackson, but there's not many in the state.
Well, they're growing all the time, though. They're just popping up like mushrooms everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But, I want to stress that the machines themselves, there's nothing illegal about them. They're a legitimate way for people to buy cryptocurrency or, transfer cryptocurrency to pay for things. It's just that they're also attractive to con artists because there's no clerk, there's no teller, there's nobody who's going to kind of like intervene and say, are you sure you really want to withdraw $30,000? What are you, like those can feel like kind of nosy questions, but tellers know their customers and know that all of a sudden this seems a bit unusual. Maybe this person is being targeted by a con artist. I should, ask a few questions, make sure, that this isn't somebody about to lose their life savings.
Yeah.
Essentially. There's no one there to play that role with these crypto ATMs, right? So con artists have gotten smart. They're like gift cards, there are too many people in the way, too many people who might cause you to start thinking about what they've got you emotionally hyped up on. Banks, the same thing. There are tellers who might make you pause and start thinking about, whether these claims are really true. And they'll even keep you on the phone the whole time,
Yeah.
trying to make sure that you don't get off their track. They'll, use newspaper reports to come up with the real life names of public officials in your area, like sheriffs, police officers, and the like, and claim to be them. So you think you're talking to, someone who actually lives in your community. You've seen that name before. The police chief's name, the sheriff's name. You think you're talking to them.
Yeah.
But really not. And now you can layer in all this AI these days where they can create fake video of people. They can take it doesn't even take a very long amount of your voice. I think I was told like an 8-second clip is enough to fake your voice with AI.
Amazing.
Yeah. So, you get a phone call from somebody you don't know. They could be recording your voice and then using it to make fake audio of you accepting services that you aren't accepting. It's becoming a scary world we're living in here.
These crypto ATMs you can find mainly in the C-stores like Loaf and Jug, etc., in the major cities of Wyoming. Gillette, Cheyenne. I know there's one in Jackson, and I know that one in Jackson is responsible for at least one bad scamming incident. They're basically portals into a scammer world. If you're instructed to pay a fine or pay anything in crypto and you got to go to one of these machines, should be a red flag for you. Do you know, Renee, if these machines have... if you go to an ATM, a regular ATM cash currency machine that's tethered to a bank or whatever, it's probably going to have video surveillance on, in case somebody's trying to do a smash and grab. Do these things have video? Probably not.
Well, I mean, the person that it would be taking video of is the victim. It wouldn't be taking video of the person who's the conner.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, all we're going to know is, you did get scammed on February 3rd.
There you are.
You fool. That's true.
Well, and so I want to push back against that characterization because it's easy for people to get caught up in this. It can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
And the fact that people think they're impervious actually makes them more likely to be scammed. I think we have to push back on the idea that people are just foolish. Some of these con artists are pretty smart. They take training. They teach them how to do this. So they take training to teach them how to make somebody get all excited, emotional, upset, and so that they can try to push them the way that they want. Maybe people who are older, maybe a little more susceptible, but we all have our weak moments, right? When you first get up, when you're kind of groggy and you haven't had your coffee yet. You're not thinking as sharp as maybe normally. But, it also in times of stress when we're really focused on other things and we get these calls out of the blue that seem like they're real, that comes from the police chief in your community. You're not going to diss the police chief in your community, and you're not going to expect that the police chief in your community could somehow be involved in a scam. So they have some pretty smart tactics, I think. Yeah. We shouldn't think of people who have fallen for these as fools we ourselves could fall prey to.
Oh, yeah. I know of one instance, a person that I would not say is one to fall for stuff like this was taken. And I know part of the plan of these scammers is to create a sense of urgency. You got to do this now. This offer isn't available, And it's particularly the jury duty thing. You miss jury duty, you're going to get fined. There's going to be, next thing you know, there's going to be a cop at your door if you don't pay this fine. So they create some urgency to get you to move now. And almost always, if they get you for the original hit, they'll come back for a second bite of the apple. They'll tell you need to go back to that machine and do it again, basically, and get more.
Something went wrong.
Yeah, something's gone very wrong. It's a very good PSA, if anything else, and interesting to know Renee Jean's story about these one-armed bandit, no-arm bandits, these crypto, and that's not what they're designed for. But I still don't understand why we need a crypto machine in gas stations.
Well, why do you need a bank teller ATM in gas stations, Jake?
I mean, for regular day cash, I can't buy my Haribo gummy bears with crypto.
Some people, actually, you might be able to do that someday. Some people don't have banks and they're using crypto instead. For them, this is the equivalent of a bank ATM, even though these are not associated with banks. And Scott Meyer is rolling over in his grave right now because I called him a crypto ATM. But for people who, don't have a bank and they're using crypto, this is their access to their funds. And the machines are being hijacked by con artists. But that, like I said, I want to stress that the machines themselves are legal. This is a legal means for people to access their cryptocurrency if they want to. Yes, you can also get apps on your phone that will do that, but a lot of people don't do bank transactions on their phone. Either they use an ATM at a convenience store.
But Renee, this whole notion of currency and the whole barter system as we know it just is turned upside down. It's all Jetsons for me. It lives in idea space. But seriously, if I go walk into the local loaf and jug and say, give me a pack of Camel Whites and here's my Bitcoin, they can't take that. They won't take that. So that's why I got to go
Not
to the
yet. But I think that's probably coming.
I don't know. So, I mean, is the machine there to take your cash and turn it into crypto, or take your crypto and turn it into cash? I don't understand what you're doing at the machine.
No, I haven't used these machines, so I can't answer that question. I haven't tried that. I don't know exactly how those machines work. I just know it's a means of accessing your cryptocurrency account. You can use it to buy cryptocurrency. You can use it to transfer cryptocurrency to someone else if you choose. Got some kind of bill to pay or whatever. If they accept cryptocurrency, you can use the machine to do that.
I mean,
as far as whether you can get cash from the machine, maybe, I'm not sure.
I picture it as the chance to go once the Pakistani at the 7-Eleven or the tattooed kid with the nose ring says, I can't take your Bitcoin. You have to give me real money. And then you got to go over to the machine and jiggle that around until real money comes out of it.
Yeah, I think it's just like a bank ATM. They put cash in those bank ATMs. I wouldn't see why they couldn't put cash in the Bitcoin ATM.
Well, I just might, if I have time today, crash into one of those with a four-wheeler and see if the Frontier stable token comes out. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. I guess it just depends on whether their machine is set up to support both directions, money in and money out.
Yeah.
But I don't see why they couldn't do it that way. They do it that way for bank ATMs.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to know more about that. Let's talk about this Bermuda Triangle of packages. Douglas, Glen Rock, where are the packages going?
Good. Well, it seems like, based on at least what customers have told me, their tracking messages are telling them that these packages are landing in Gillette, coming from Casper, landing in Gillette, and then they get stuck in Gillette. And they never make it back to Glen Rock or Douglas. Why did we go to Gillette in the first place? I don't know. Amazon said it's looking into that. They weren't able to provide an answer by the time the story was published. But they said they're looking into it. So maybe we'll have some answers.
Okay. It's not like a zip code weirdness or anything. We just don't know what is doing it.
I don't want to repeat rumors. I mean, people have speculated on reasons for it, but I don't know why it is. And Amazon didn't provide any information on that. They said they would look into it. So we may learn eventually what was going on there. But it's quite a few packages that this is happening to, and people who live in rural areas have really come to kind of depend on this service to provide them subscriptions for products that maybe are too expensive to buy in their hometowns, or that they would have to drive a distance to get at all. And it's convenient from that standpoint, but not if all your packages end up in Gillette, then it becomes a little annoying.
Yeah. One last thing.
Diapers.
Great story. Great scoop on the PRCA, the potential move for the headquarters, the museum, and all that shebang. I was interested to see the follow-up stories and to see the players involved. And thanks for turning us on to this outfit called Leeds. I didn't know about them. And we've had two of their people on the show. They were right in the middle of that, right in the mix, to kind of pull the levers and make this deal happen. And I hope we get it across the finish line. But yeah, Renee, you've been right on that.
I'll do my best.
All right. Yeah, let's find out if this kind of February is ever going to happen again, and whether it's really unique and different.
I'll do some research on that for you, Jake.
Give you a little homework, Renee. We'll see you
so
again.
what was your take on it? What were you saying it was?
It fits perfectly, 7x4. Every day hits only 4 times. And it fits in a rectangle visually. It won't happen again until the year 2037, where we'll see a February that just has every day happen only once.
I mean, visually it looks like that, but when I Googled it, it said that was a fake viral claim. So I don't know. Maybe it's just AI is incorrect.
We might have to Snopes it. Maybe Casper Planet's behind this nonsense. I don't know. We'll ask Justin. He's on the show Friday. All right. A little homework for you, Renee. I trust you to get it.
See you later.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Renee Jean. We'll find out. I've been spreading false news, fake news. I hope not. I think February does. Well, I mean, we know February 26th fits in the calendar perfectly, and I can't remember that happening when. I don't know. Check your bank calendar. We'll be back.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
Where are your lungs? We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
And we're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Joining us is Jonathon Lange. Pastor Lange, you can see him do his work live on any given Sunday at the Lutheran Church in Evanston, Kemmer. You could read his work. He's got a Substack. Hey! And he's also a columnist in the Cowboy State Daily. We're going to talk about the latest column. The Supreme Court owes us an explanation. Great to have you on, Pastor Lange. Appreciate it.
It's great to talk with you again, Jake. Always good to talk to you.
So, all of this is, by the time we're done, all of this is going to come down to, is an unborn baby a life? I mean, that until we answer that, we're not going to be able to get anywhere. But let's start with what some of what we hoped was the smartest people in the room, being the state Supreme Court, their 4-1 vote, that decision. Start there, or first start with why we're even there. Let's take it back to Roe v. Wade, the 2022 overturn. Why Wyoming has in its constitution, just map it out for us. Give us the background.
Yeah, Jake, and I want to take us back even 2.5 millennia before that.
Hippocratic Oath.
That's right. Yes, the Hippocratic Oath already. I mean, anybody with a lick of common sense going back 2,500 years has always recognized that the baby, being formed in the womb does not suddenly become a person in the birth canal on the way out. I mean, it's a person long before it's born. Yeah. And so they started taking care of it already in the Hippocratic Oath. And of course, that was just common sense, common knowledge. And when Wyoming formed as a territory in 1869, that common sense, common knowledge was written into territorial law. And then in 1890, when we became a state, that territorial law became, just rolled right over into state statute. And just to be clear, by the way, the protection of the unborn life in the womb was always on the condition of with the exception of the life and the health, the physical health of the mother. And also to say that the punishments were against not the mothers who were scared or whatever was driving them to an abortion, but the punishment was against the quack who passed himself off as a doctor and did the wrong thing. So that was what came our law. And then here's the point, is that when we formed our Constitution in 1890, we included as the very second thing, right after the sovereignty of the people, the equal right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to every member of the human race. And that was not unusual. It wasn't weird. The weird thing was that in 1973, the federal 9 men in robes on the federal level, it wasn't a state thing and it wasn't an elected thing. They simply told us that we couldn't anymore enforce our Constitution. And so we lived under the Babylonian captivity, if you will, of our Constitution for 49 years. And then and we got ourselves postured for that day when they would finally overturn Roe v. Wade, and they did in the summer of 2022. And then immediately it was enjoined, and that's what led to the Supreme Court ruling of January 6th.
Yeah, so Wyoming was prepared for that day with its own, and I love what I think in a previous, going a few weeks prior, you also had a great column about what a constitution is and how it's kind of like a lock. Wyoming had a good definition of what a life was and what a preborn life was. We had it right from the Hippocratic Oath to a territory to a state. Wyoming was all set. But then when we try to apply our version, we couldn't get the state Supreme Court to come along with that notion.
Yeah, very strange, very strange. And this column is a response and a kudos really to the Attorney General's office for filing a petition for a rehearing. I did not have the space to go into the 4 matters of law where they just messed up in application of the existing law. The Attorney General's office did a great job in covering that, and I would encourage everybody to read it. But I focused in on the one thing that the Supreme Court simply failed to take into account. And it wasn't because nobody pointed it out to them. The main case of the state all along for these nearly 4 years has been to say that, the second priority of our Constitution is the equal protection of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to every member of the human race. And that has to be a constitutional right that you take into account when evaluating the Constitution 38 paragraphs later. And yet, the Supreme Court didn't breathe a word about the state's argument. They didn't say yes, they didn't say no, they just didn't bring it up.
And Jonathan, you read all through this. It's interesting that the pastor would argue the right to life on a non-morality basis. Like, you're just going all legal. And you digested the Supreme Court's ruling. You read the 4 justices who voted that way. You also read and thumbs up Justice Carrie Gray, her dissension. So what did you take away from the reasoning of the justices where you think they got it wrong? And then let's give a shout out to Justice Gray, who you think got it right. She understood the assignment.
That's right. Yeah. And so the court spent all of its time really doing backflips, trying to prove, first of all, that abortion is a health care. And that was a big part of the dispute.
Yes.
And then secondly, the court did backflips and changed precedent and got rid of stare decisis on the matter of, whether this right to healthcare decision could be a fundamental right. And then based on it being a fundamental right, then they said, well, if it's a fundamental right, then it has to be examined under strict scrutiny. And then it makes the case that the state didn't meet the standards of strict scrutiny. And I'm cutting through all of that and simply saying, argue all of that. We'll let the Attorney General argue all of that stuff. But the fact of the matter is, if you come down and say that something is a fundamental right and it needs to meet the standards of strict scrutiny, then for crying out loud, apply strict scrutiny to the most fundamental right, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Why are you denying that one and jumping to 138 paragraphs later?
Yeah, they seem to have blinders on and got laser focused on the right to health care. That's all they could think about.
Yeah, I think blinders and laser focus is a really good way of putting it. Yeah.
Justice Carrie Gray, you like what she had to say? She seemed to get it.
She did seem to get it. And at first I was a little chagrined because she came down on the side of saying that this was that abortion is healthcare. I didn't particularly like that, but I can see where she's coming from. And she brought it back to the main point. And the main point, again, is Article 1, Section 2, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is equal to all members of the human race. Yeah.
We find these inconsistencies in law when it comes to defining a fetus, an unborn baby. For instance, the double homicide. If a pregnant woman is killed, that's 2 deaths. Like, come on. It can only be one way or another, right?
Yeah, that's right. And one of the big things that oftentimes happens is that instead of offering an argument about why your logic would be incorrect, people simply say, well, you're making religious assumptions. And, separation of church and state, we can't admit anything religious in the Constitution. And that is an answer to your question about why I went about both of these articles.
Yeah. Just
looking at the law. And again, the point is that religion is not something out of the blue. Religion is simply a restatement of common sense, but it's also supported from the Word of God. And so Christians and non-Christians can agree on this and have agreed on this since Hippocrates, who I might remind you is not a Christian.
Good point. Yes, Jonathon Lange joins us. There is a supreme robed justice who sits on a throne. Jonathon doesn't bring him up. We go down to the lesser robed justices who we think got it wrong in the state Supreme Court. You mentioned AG. It's not Keith. Is it a special AG assigned to challenge this ruling?
Well, I mean, so the one who was appointed to write it was Jay Jurdy, and he's been the one who's been arguing this case all along the way. But the Attorney General Couts, who used to, until just a few months ago, he sat on the Supreme Court.
Right.
He is a very good man, and he's very detailed when it comes to an application of the law. And I know that he would not have allowed Jay Jurdy to file this unless he was in full agreement with it.
Very interesting column from Jonathon Lange, who is a very talented writer. That's why he has a Substack, I think. I don't have one. He writes voodoo jurisprudence. I love that phrase. The Roe Court created out of thin air a new constitutional right to abortion. If that feels all wrong, I don't know that the Supreme Court of Wyoming felt it was all wrong. They felt it was mostly right, 4-1 anyway. Interesting. Love your writing. Look forward to the column every week on the Cowboy State Daily. Keep that up.
Well, thanks, Jake. You talk to a lot of people, and that means an awful lot coming from you.
No, I enjoy it. You got to come on. Whenever I see something interesting, if we reach out, you want to pop on?
You bet.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being on.
All right. Thanks, Jake. Good to talk to you.
You too. Jonathon Lange, Cowboy State Daily, Lutheran pastor in Uintah County, and with his own Substack. What you can do is read his best stuff, the best of the best, on the Cowboy State Daily opinion page, where he is one of the frequent regular contributors to the Cowboy State Daily. His latest, the Supreme Court owes us an explanation, is very interesting and argued from the point of legal stuff, like a lawyer. Not necessarily just pounding the Bible and saying it's wrong, abortion is wrong. No, I mean, legally, what Wyoming has done is define what is life. And it's being ignored by the Supreme Court, our own Supreme Court justices. Interesting. We got to take a break. Coming right back.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, We all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
I forgot to ask Renee about her story on Jerry Gowdy. Oh, darn it. We just had her on. I spent the whole time just railing about why we have crypto ATM machines. What is the point? Crypto's not real money. You'll never convince me it is. Until I can buy a 6-pack of beer with it, I don't know what to do with my Bitcoin, and these ATM crypto machines seem to be just designed to scam. They're just for scammers. But yeah, I just went off on that with Renee, and I forgot to bring up her story on Jerry Gowdy, wife of sportscaster Kurt Gowdy, legend, and of course, Wyoming's own. Jerry, besides being just the wife of an icon, she's an icon herself, philanthropist. She died last week at age 101. Puts her up there in Bill Sniffin territory, right, Bill? Jerry Gowdy, wife of the late Hall of Fame sportscaster, died last week, age 101, leaving a legacy of kindness, philanthropy. Right up until her final year, she would make regular trips back to Wyoming, especially to the Kurt Gowdy State Park, whatever, celebrations or things they had going. She was back there in 2023, I know, because we have the photo. But interesting, her life certainly noteworthy, and Renee Jean takes note of Jerry Gowdy. Sad to hear of her passing last week. I think it was January 27. Yeah. Surrounded by her family, Manchester by the Sea, Massachusetts. Other stories we're checking out in the Cowboy State Daily today. Claire McFarland has a few follow-ups to a lot of the court and crime stuff that she does. The alleged Green River bomber is deemed sane enough to stand trial for his identity fraud trial. This is the man that allegedly accused of sending a bomb to his estranged wife. This is back in 1982. He concocted, allegedly, an improvised explosive that blew up when she unwrapped it, blew her finger off. And all this time, the man has been on the lam, so to speak, living under a different identity. 40 years later, he was finally caught in 2025, just last year. Stephen Campbell, 77-year-old. And we have photos of him back then and him more like today. I will share those on the YouTube. Which is a good reminder. Of course, you hear this show on radio stations, and the audio should be compelling enough, but should you need the video, occasionally I might show a photo or play a video, but you don't need to see me, believe me. But if that's your thing, you can follow along on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the channel while you're there. Or you can catch us on X Live, Facebook Live, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, live and recorded, archived, all the shows we've ever done. And it's now been well over a year we've been on the air. So there's 380 some shows, something like that. You can go back and watch
any of those. And then, if you're on radio, just take my word for it. We have photos of Stephen Campbell back when he was detained in the Sweetwater County Jail for this deal that happened in Green River, 1982, suspected in the bombing. Since law enforcement found Stephen Campbell, been living under a different name. He stole a dead friend's identity during all this time on the lam, whereby he received federal benefits, and that's what he's on trial for. And the court finds, in the court's words, a preponderance of evidence that the defendant is able to understand the nature and consequences of the proceedings against him and can properly assist in his defense. The defendant is competent to stand trial, said a order Thursday by U.S. District Court Magistrate Gregory Wormuth of New Mexico. Claire McFarland had that follow-up to the Green River bomber story, if you've been following along in the Cowboy State Daily with that. Claire also has more court stuff, including what is, you've got to think it's bad optics, bad timing for this story. State Supreme Court revives gunmaker's $14 million lawsuit over a business council project. Wyoming Business Council in the news, of course, because of proposed cuts to the agency, if not the complete elimination of said agency by the Appropriations Committee, suggesting that Business Council be eliminated on a 9-3 vote. That remains to be seen what happens in a couple of days now. It's almost February 9th when we start the budget session. But the Business Council been under certainly extreme scrutiny for everything they've done, both good and bad. And one of the smudges on the agency, even though they really don't play a role here in the lawsuit, but just to have their name in the news cycle on a story like this is not a good look at this time. The Wyoming Supreme Court Monday revived a $14 million lawsuit in which a locally grown gun manufacturer, Gunworks, you may be familiar with them, they started out of like a garage in Cody back in the day. They eventually got hand up by Wyoming Business Council, the Economic Development Group, also in Cody. Two businesses were involved, and the lawsuit is complicated. The controversy involves $6 million building that the Economic Development Group called Forward Cody arranged to build with money from the Wyoming Business Council. That's their involvement. And the building itself is supposedly, and it remains to be seen, completely flawed. And Gunworks said the building is worthless to them, basically. It'll take them another $14 million just to repair it. Lost profits, other costs to fix the building. The building was junk to begin with, in Gunworks' words, and the Supreme Court says they will now look into the matter. This goes back a few years ago, and the revival of this lawsuit. Claire McFarland covers the whole thing if you want to dig in and learn more. Andrew Rossi has the story of the Utah man driving the wrong way on Interstate 80, died over the weekend. I heard about this. It was a horrific scene. I heard some people on the Facebooks, on socials, talking about what that was like. It was just outside of Evanston down there on Interstate 80 as a man was driving eastbound in the westbound double lane of Interstate 80. I mean, I don't know how you make that mistake. If you're of clear mind, it should be pretty obvious you're driving the wrong way on an interstate. But this Utah man, drove right into a semi-tractor trailer. Is Dwayne Derrick 40-year-old of Logan, Utah, driving a Chevy pickup the wrong way, 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Evidence collected at the scene. Wyoming Highway Patrol able to confirm that Derek was driving in the wrong lane. Not known why. How did he not see him? Paige Sequeira of Ogden, Utah, shot a video of the aftermath, and it is definitely a gruesome scene. The Chevy pickup was beyond total. The entire vehicle smashed into a tangled mess as it hit the semi-tractor trailer. We have the video on the story if you want to check it out by Andrew Rossi. And finally, there's a story from Greg Johnson regarding Laramie County's involvement in what they say is a case of a stolen car that was erroneously tagged on the social networks out there as terrorism in action, quote unquote. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak is saying it's just out of control. It's social media incorrectly tagging photos of a law enforcement operation carried out by the SO. Had nothing to do with terrorism or ICE or anything else. They were just following up on a stolen vehicle. They found the vehicle and they stopped to take, whatever law enforcement would do when they find a stolen vehicle. They secured the area, took photos. They were just documenting the whole area. It had nothing to do with ICE. And I'm sure Sheriff Kozak has no idea why people just would assume, I guess, this day and age, there's the cops. It must be an ICE operation. But not the case. Laramie County Sheriff's Office saying they were just looking into a stolen vehicle report. Let's see what the Game and Fish is up to. Ray Hageman, what are you doing?
Hi, I'm Ray Hageman, and this is the Wyoming Outdoorsman, a poaching in southwest Wyoming, and an update from Story Fish Hatchery. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department continues to seek information on a suspected poaching incident in southwest Wyoming near the communities of Evanston, Cokeville, Kemmerer, Mountain View, or the surrounding areas. Game wardens have reason to believe a mule deer may have been illegally killed in the last couple of weeks. The deer was not taken as part of a roadkill pickup. Alex Poncelet says we're looking for the remnants of a gut pile or a deer carcass that's missing at least one hind quarter. It'll likely be in close proximity to a road or two-track road. He says we believe the vehicle involved is a lifted pewter or silver-colored diesel pickup with large mud tires. Wardens are asking residents, landowners, and recreationists in the area to report any suspicious activity or observations that may be related to the incident. Information provided by the public plays a critical role in protecting Wyoming's wildlife. Anyone with information is encouraged to contact Warden Alex Poncelet, 307-877-3278, or call the Stop Poaching hotline at 1-877-WGFD-TIP. The Story Fish Hatchery wrapped up its fall spawning operations for brook, brown, and lake trout back in October. More than 2.7 million eggs were collected this season. Just over 10,000 of those eggs were retained as future broodstock. Approximately 1.3 million of the eggs will be used to produce splake and tiger trout hybrids. The majority will be stocked in Wyoming waters. Some of the eggs will be traded to other states for species not raised in Wyoming hatcheries. Throughout November, as eggs developed, hatchery personnel made 24 eyed egg shipments to 5 in-state hatcheries, 2 in-state private hatcheries, and 6 different facilities in Colorado, North Dakota, and Nebraska. These eggs consisted of all fall-producing species: 179,000 brook trout eggs, 263,800 brown trout eggs, 246,500 splake, and 467,000 tiger trout. In December, the hatchery crew continued eyed egg shipments. 9,600 splake eggs and 6,000 lake trout eggs were shipped to the Daniel hatchery. 5 additional egg shipments were made to Oregon, Colorado, and multiple facilities in Idaho. Species consisted of 290,800 brook trout, 4,700 lake trout, and 223,400 tiger trout eggs. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I'm Ray Hagen.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
All right. Thank you, Ray. Boy, if you ever have a chance to check out the Story Fish Hatchery, super cool, or any of the fish hatcheries in the state of Wyoming, they're always a neat tour. Maybe the forgotten part of your visitation, if you're putting together a tour of Wyoming, a vacation in Wyoming, you might not think of the fish hatcheries, but it's really neat. Great. I'll say this, great first graders field trip. If you got school kids, first graders love going to those fish hatcheries, seeing the little fish, how they hatch them, raise them, little fingerlings. Yeah, just an idea. Story Fish Hatchery. I'm looking at this from our friends at Wallet Hub, the best states to retire in 2026. And we mention it, of course, because Wyoming always ranks high on the list. Our tax advantages, the relative cost of living, Wyoming does top the list again in 2026. According to Wallet Hub, financial writer Adam McCann got Wyoming as number one with a score of 61.56, whatever that means. Good enough to make us number one. Number two was Florida, likely just for the good weather. And number three, South Dakota. But Wyoming listed as the best state to retire in. Of course, best state pre-retirement as well. Wyoming, just the best state altogether. Well, that's going to do it for a Tuesday of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll catch you again tomorrow, same time. Have a great day today. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.